She love me not. Every roller coaster has its drop. She the one with my heart, it keeps meant to unlock. Overdose on the much, I wanna feel them all. Think about it, she love me not. Every roller coaster has its drop. She the one with my heart, it keeps meant to unlock. Angel playing a heart floating aimless and lost. I could touch, she got pepper, her stepping on salt. She got nice ankles and feet in them socks. Baby steps at a mouth, she sped up to a jog. On trip it fall over, get up, brush it off. Think about it, she love me not. Post the poems, bitch, get a job. Smoking on some poet, no cookie crop. Edgar Allan Poe, writing down my thoughts. Somewhere out the ozone, risen from the fog. Thinking, hey, ain't that what they say? What I heard was every dog has his day. Lucky queen of hearts, pair with ace of spades. Funny how a heartbeat sings at the same page. Junkie hoodie, young one came in printed tank. Might hit the spady, Coca-Cola and shot tray. I drink till I get nauseous, hope it helps the pain. Chicken massage, she left, I still made. The next match she gets Dasha, ended up the same. Best to meet your losses, ready to embrace. All the magic spells and shit we're bound to break. Life is kinda heavy, that will never change. What I'm doing next, we couldn't really say. Rolling downhill way too late to press the brakes. Tires screeching, burning down the 108. No one that I envy, no one in my lane. Moving slowly forwards towards the better days. Me check my horoscope, see what it's saying. Act as if this fortune cookie tells my fate. My face against her forehead, hold me by the waist. About to leave for choice so soon and I can't wait. Celebrate my force with you before the date. I think I miss you more, baby, I gotta say. And fishes like he's torturing me all kind of ways. I know that it's torture that we gotta wait. But it's gonna be worth each penny that we save. Every second more, man, one more less to waste. For sake of endurance, we should take a break. Bender kinda boring, let's go sober straight. Fed up by the morning, I can see the hate. Tell me that I'm gorgeous, something that I ain't. Smooth just like the porcelain atop the grave. Lucid dreams of horror scenes and diamond chains. Hope I don't disappoint you, thinking I'ma change. And hoping that the story doesn't end the same. Accustomed to the poorest treatments I was gave. Music is the only reason I'm okay. Look me in my soul and tell me I'm to blame. Rusty splits and force get sharpened to a blade. Tells you that she's yours, but that's not how it's saying. Questioning your worth like am I worth a thing? Maybe not, but certainly we are the same. Perfectly imperfect, just like a snowflake. Wake up in the morning, Duolingo train. And every day I learn from making new mistakes. What I heard was every dog has his day. Lucky queen of hearts, pair with ace of spades. Funny how a heartbeat sings at the same pace. Every roller coaster has its drop. She the one with my heart, it keeps meant to unlock. Overdose on the much, I wanna feel them all. Think about it, she love me not. And every roller coaster has its drop. She the one with my heart, it keeps meant to unlock. Angel playing a heart floating aimless and lost.
Hello. I should have started this earlier, like an hour earlier too, as always. But I say, didn't do it. Today, I don't know, of course there are a lot of things to do in life, but, today, for some reason, I haven't really been able to come up with much. Though, I mean, the most of my inspiration to do this again tonight comes from random baseball articles that I read, which I'll get to talking more about. Not like looking at those articles again. I won't stay on the screen for this time for like 15 minutes like I did yesterday, I think. I'll just get to talking about something first. I have to look up my channel on here. Here's me. So, today I posted the R.A. Dickey edit on my channel. Just turn on the VPN. So website might not work for VPN. Why not? I don't know. Okay, I think I can show this, right? So here's of course, this is my YouTube channel. I posted the R.A. Dickey edit today, like earlier. It's like a preview of it. And here's last night's VOD thing. So this is me. I did change there were only slight changes from this version to the version that I showed last night. One, I added a disclaimer to like the first 5 seconds of the video to make sure. By the way, wait. I'll be listening to this album because I didn't finish it earlier. I'll just finish it right now. Actually, should I? I can finish it later. I'll write it down on my sticky note to finish this later because I don't want to give this. I don't want to give this Gazelic much exposure. Let's finish this album later. Just skip to this song. But added a disclaimer to the beginning of that video, and then I changed like a frame of like one of the first edits, like the edit, this cut to where the umpire is lifts his fist, does like the dance behind home plate to indicate strikeout, looking the third called strike for a batter during an at bat at the end of an at bat. I kind of like tweaked that a tiny bit because it's a very subtle thing, but with the way that the each really loud bass drum sounds, it's kind of weird, especially on like a fixed amount of frames. Of course, I wouldn't want to do edits on like 180 frames because that really wouldn't work, given that most of the clips on the video are 30 frames per second. Yeah. So, and earlier I was kind of like really nervous about posting it because one, the possibility of Crying Chia, the artist of the lead song that I used in that video as the structure for the edit, like seeing the video and then like getting mad at me or something, or getting mad at me and then asking me to take it down. Like, of course, if they do ask, if I get like a request like that, of course I will abide by that. I'm kind of just like scared of disapproval from I mean, not disapproval, it's not necessarily disapproval, but like not negativity, because negativity shouldn't be scared of that because that's part of life. There's rationality, irrational feels at least experience, though when publishing stuff to the biggest video sharing service, video sharing platform in the world, you already kind of know that, so kind of have to be very aware and able to take any heat that comes from it. Which I mean, a little of anyway, because I do hope this doesn't like blow up in a bad way. But at the same time, I like posting things, in the very odd chance that someone who is level-headed enough will see it and like it. or I mean, not necessarily level-headed, but just anyone random that isn't just remotely interested in the stuff that I post about, especially baseball in this last month, but also just really like other random things, will appreciate it. I did kind of think, like, before I started, like, I thought about it for a little bit, with me wanting to be like more outdoorsy and like just having more time and taking more of life outside of the internet. And I did sort of wonder, because this is always like this thing that's always going to be happening, because like I'm an eccentric, so do sometimes wonder, like, of course I kind of have tried to really lean into being alone, and because that's probably how I'll be for large parts of my life, and generally one of the many reasons behind for that is because I kind of struggle, not necessarily like even like friends, but like just like how I behave in there with them, and how I value the relationship between other people. Like, I really value that up to a level that I don't think is really like would be healthy for more than a few friends at a time, which unfortunately the internet really does not for that. So I have many mutuals on my like the everything app for shut up, the Twitter, the my account, for example. But of course I rarely talk to them, even before I started moving away from like the SMF community, Super Mario Odyssey community, which is where most of my online friendships and mutuals came from back when I was really active in there. Now, of course, back then I used to actually be, I guess, sort of active on Discord servers, but it's just a weird thing for me now, because, I mean, of course there isn't really a community that I'm in. I'm just sort of fringe, maybe, just doing random things, because, you know, in times like these, I really, this is sort of why also, number two, I like the idea of leaning into solitude is, so I don't really, like, haven't really found anything to, like, really, like, focus on. Just don't really have, I mean, don't necessarily, not sure if I necessarily want that either, and less like the community that can help me learn more about it. I don't know. I just like doing things by myself, and sort of like got things guided by stuff I'm interested in. It's because of my spontaneous nature, sort of hard to like. I always feel like it's hard to envision myself really like I don't know, like crap. I'm not sure I did. I don't think I've ever I haven't talked about this yet. Maybe I have, but earlier this year, like during the school year, it's my first time like going out, hanging out with a person in like the past like few years, because like step one important thing about America is that it's really hard to hang out if you're not living in a downtown area, because like otherwise you have to like drive around. And of course I see I mean, you don't have to drive around, of course. You can just, you have 2 feet, but large barrier for many people is the fact that a lot of parents are irrationally scared to death of people. Like, I guess if not they're not making a ruckus, they're getting abducted, despite the fact that it is probably much rarer than you could even imagine. That's how kind of like how stats are. They're just so difficult to imagine. Or not so difficult to imagine, but they really need like even a little grasp to like understand their how what they show, and a lot of people just don't have that, including a lot of adults, which is kind of sad. But I mean, that's how it is. And also cars, of course, themselves, like, it's kind of scary to walk along a road where most of the cars will be driving along you, and people inside the cars maybe even will be judging you for it. But that last part isn't necessarily important most of the time anyway. But like, oh dear, is this story time? Okay, let me refresh my page. Okay, I mean, it doesn't really matter refreshing the page. Oh yeah, wait. Weird thing is, this is a thing that happened a while ago. But when I uploaded my June thing reflection, it got a bunch of views for some reason. Like 20. I mean, of course, 20 is a lot, but it's like 20 different instances that a person that clicked on the freaking video, and it's kind of what I think. That's kind of one of the things I like. Stats, little stats like this, say like this, even though it's a small thing and something that this is small on this video, but is very common because the view stat is very common, is that sort of signals something that means a lot to like, for example, me, just like, I like uploading things on the channel because I have the opportunity to, even if like no views on last night's thing, then I mean, it's alright, because I mean, I find it cool that these big numbers are, I can upload this large amount of, a lot of just video, and it'll just be here, I guess, for however long this channel will be up. Of course, YouTube is not a very good storage place to store your things, because one, they just can take anything down, because a large proportion, it's probably like a majority of people just don't see archiving things as an important thing, which isn't surprising necessarily, but it's very sad. I do find the story of Marion Stokes sort of a little like inspiration, always in the back of my head. She was really like, of course, and she's not the only person who's stored a ton of footage, or of course only like project or only like organization who stored a ton of like footage, like a specific, from like a broad kind of scope of, not necessarily broad, but like a scope of things just to archive, because really can archive anything is archivable, of course, because it's right there, and there's like a website, Vim's Lair. It's like we're just like full of video games that are archived up there. It's very cool. Should I tell the story of my last? This is terrible. I've like storytime channels have. I mean, storytime channels don't even like need to have like interesting stories, because really, a lot of in life there are a lot of things that come from seemingly mundane things and mundane experiences. That if you look into them, then there's a lot more than meets the eye. As is always the case for most things, not all things. The infinite's not right there, they're connected to something. What happens? Maybe I'll think about it, because I want to talk about another thing. My photography. I updated my photography webpage finally. I only did it once last month. So, basically I took some photos in the fish tank of the fish in the fish tank that my brother has in his room, because I forgot about their existence for a really long time. And that's sort of like, that's part of the reason why, I don't know if I mentioned that, but, which is like it's kind of a little like annoying, because that's like really, the fact that I forgot about these fish's existence is really important to why it made me feel real weird. I saw them again. And of course I've seen, like, I do remember, like, at least a few months ago I fed them, but that was a while ago, and this had sort of been like a one-off thing that had been, I guess, not necessarily important in my brain, so I forgot it. There's a lot more you can read in that goes more in depth into sort of thinking about the entire concept of pets, having like pets, and especially like little ones that are in a confined space. Like, I take a dog out to walk daily, and a bunch of we've had a couple cats that we have taken on walks as well occasionally, but most of the time they're confined within space. Like, I like today, as I had to take care of the cat until like the afternoon. My brother was had a sleepover with a friend of his, and usually the cat's in his room, but I had to take her out to my room last night and a bunch of today, like a good portion of today. Because, I mean, of course, she's not going to take her. I mean, she can. With the litter and food, of course she can live, but it's not going to be a fun night. Or not even a fun night, just like it's going to be lonely. So I took her up, and she was kind of mischievous right up until I went to bed. She finally got tired and just like move around my bed to like make sure I could rest completely. But it ended up being okay. Like, beyond that, like be on the confines of the house, or maybe even a room, because sometimes like I like to have the whole. If I were to have a pet, like I'd probably want them to have access to the whole house, but sometimes like it can even be locked into a room, within a room, and it's kind of a little like sad, but a little not entirely sad, because of course there are certain animals that are domesticated, but I'm not entirely sure. I really haven't thought about it that much, the entire concept of there being animals that are domesticated often, mostly dogs and cats, and maybe guinea pigs and some more like different choices like rats or bunnies or I don't know, chameleons and parrots and other birds. I don't know. I don't know, it's just something that I thought was interesting, and I took a bunch of pictures. This one I did like a lot, though I had to edit this a little bit in Lightroom, because like the iPhone camera courses, like it's I could have like tried playing around with it, but I forgot to, and the photo came out like too like bright and bland, I suppose. So I edited it to make it look better. I mean, not necessarily look better, but make it less like bland, I guess. I'll be listening to this again. Album Repeat After Me by Brassneck. I listened to it last night. I didn't even mention it when it ended. I just been quote unquote too busy to pay attention, because the cat worried me, and I was having my door open, so you don't want to go too crazy. But yeah, I wrote a bunch for this, and I sort of like how it came out, except it sort of ended sort of suddenly, but I suppose that's alright, because sometimes sudden ending is the best ending, but that all depends on perspective. So, and then I also added it, I added it to my features gallery earlier, because I hadn't done it until now. Now it's my 4th featured photo, and I mean, thankfully I didn't decide to make this like any set time. I did really like want to make sure that people know that I'm not. I mean, I can definitely do like a feature photo of the week, because it's not bad, but it's like I wanted to not like make any promises, because I'm bad at that. This is the date, because I wrote this like while I was making the page. I think the page released sometime in like August, or I think. There's a lot of information here. I talked all about it on another stream that I just realized I'm not sure. I don't think I've uploaded the VOD of that. It might. I think I thought about doing that once, but I forgot about it. Okay. I guess, I mean, I sort of went off of the social commentary I was talking about, but maybe I should. I mean, I don't have to, but I mean, might as well like talk about my first hangout in multiple years, because I mean, even back when I had friends and like middle school, for example, we didn't really hang out, because I mean, unfortunately, at least from what I know, from how I've lived, I mean, of course, you can like hang out with playing basketball and stuff like that, which my brother does often. But like, I don't know, Because I mean, also hanging out is sort of ruined a lot of the times by the fact that in a lot of places to hang out you have to spend money. There's no like, it's not a lot of like true like third spaces where you can just be and without having to like spend money. And of course, there are still places like parks and honestly, like as I had mentioned, like you hang out through playing sports and stuff. I really like the idea actually. Parks and just walking around, but those aren't, I guess, as good. I mean, not good for, at least for some people, because of course people don't, not all people want to play sports or go to the park. Maybe there's a lot of, where there's like a lot of like mosquitoes. But I'm not sure. I don't think I haven't been bitten by a mosquito this summer. I'm not sure there are even mosquitoes around here. I haven't thought about mosquitoes at all this summer. I mean, it's sort of a good thing, but I forgot about them. Triple play. The Marlins. What? Wait. Oh my gosh, the Altuve grounded into a 5-4-3 triple play against the Marlins. Just 55 minutes ago. Whoa. The Astros ended up winning that game, but that's cool. Can I... Pause the music. I found the clip. I mean, I hope I can play this. So, and I'll full screen this. So, here we have Brzezinski, probably. Marlins probably reliever against Jose Altuve. Oh no! He just, I mean, the only ways you can get like a triple play is just that. Just like hit the bat straight to third baseman. Just like a direct, like, whatever degree and like 45-degree angle line roller straight to how much is this? I don't know. I can like look it up here. It might have been Jimenez. Leo Jimenez, or maybe it was no. Wait, who was third base? What the heck? What am I looking at? Maybe this was Jimenez, and then so 5-4, that's second base. So who's second base? Xavier Edwards, and 3 was Stowers. To Jimenez, and of course, since the bases are filled up to this point, so runners have to go, and to Stowers. Can't even see the runner. Probably lost hope. Oh no, he he just like, what? He just slid really early. Or maybe he like... No. So he didn't avoid the ball. And then Altuve, well, Chris Altuve was just running. He probably just to avoid this and didn't get it off. Didn't make it in time.
Perfectly done. Leo Jimenez
Probably gonna have a better like replay.
to retire this side here in the bottom of the 8th. It was tailor-made. Right to Jimenez at the bag of 30. Stepped on it there.
Wow.
To Stowers.
So this is the first triple play of the season at Diamond Park. Diamond Park looks... Ooh, it looks interesting. This was Diamond Park, right? Yeah, this is Diamond Park. It looks interesting when it's nighttime. So I watched the game that I watched here against the Tigers. It was daytime, and I guess that was part of the reason why, like, there was, like, what is this, like, the Crawford, I think the Crawford box, let me look this up. Crawford. What in the world? I don't think this is what I'm looking for. Crawford boxes. This looks like it's it. That's it. Like, I don't know, this part of the stadium looked kind of yellow the last time I watched them at Astros play at Diamond Park. It's kind of interesting. The stadium's kind of interesting, just in general. Though, I mean, actually, well, I don't really care about the fact that it's domed or that it's in Houston. So it doesn't really matter. It's cool. It's kind of it is a cool park. Nonetheless, if anything. The Marlins were unable to rally ninth, however, and fell 5-3 for their 8th consecutive loss. The last triple play in the big leagues against the Dodgers were against the Angels against the Dodgers? Whoa. I remember the Padres, I think, had a double play against the Dodgers in around like the last series against the Dodgers in probably 24. Maybe that's why it's not here, because it was like before this. Wow. It was just the second triple play the Marlins have turned in their history, with the first coming on July 20th, 2002. It's 24 years, almost 24 years since, a week off of that since the last Marlins triple play, and nearly a year, like a little below, less, I mean, what? A little, like, less than a month before, the last, a year before, like, since the last triple play. Give the story a clap. Oh wait, I forgot to read this. So, Alvarez and Paredes, back-to-back singles, and then, yeah. Oh wait, it mentions so it mentions Jimenez here. If I'd read that, then I would have known. Because I was just sort of confused because of the fact that Jimenez did have an at-bat. I wasn't sure when he was put into the game. But, yeah. Oh, okay. So, earlier, found this website about prospects because I followed Danny Barron. I've mentioned him a couple times, like Danny Barron. Like I've been using the following tab a lot more, and because like the thing is, I've sort of like on the For You tab is, but one, of course, a lot of just stupid stuff because the algorithm loves stupid stuff, so I'm much more likely to see that on the For You page, For You tab, than on the following tab, and so that's why an important reason why I switched also, because I really just like seeing stuff that I'm familiar with, because I really haven't done that, and as a major, it's kind of a failure. But I mean, I'm kind of bad. I'm bad at social interactions, of course. I'm socially inept, whatever. Say that what I want. I just like the following tab, and like I downloaded an extension to just remove the For You tab entirely from the browser, which I almost exclusively use, because I uninstalled the app, and all I do, I mean, of course I post from my phone, but it's mostly through browser, and I block myself off from that to like restrict myself, to discourage myself from using it. With Danny Barron, I think was Danny Barron, or maybe it was Pitching Ninja, who like retweeted, talked about a tweet about like the top 3 or like highlighted prospects. I mean, I can probably find it here. Spotlight Top Riser. Spotlight's here. There's this website called ethos.io that is sort of a hub for prospects and probably a lot more things. I just found out about this. So I'm like sort of uncovering this for the first time too. As all websites, a lot of websites are nowadays. It's gonna be kind of laggy, but I mean, I don't want to like I don't want to like hate on them too much for that, because I mean, maybe the reason for that is there's a lot of mathematical formulas running behind this, but maybe it's also because of bad optimization, which is not good. But what I came to talk about is this page. This was about the tweet was about. So wait, I think not spotlights. There should be like a ranking thing. Risers, rebounders, fallers. Maybe I can do this. Ooh, yeah. Okay, I think this is what I'm looking for. So, top 3 prospects right now. Arias from shortstop for in the Boston system. Then Jesus Madej, maybe. 19 years old. These guys are really, really young. I had no idea DeVries was so young too. The Padres like traded him for Mason Miller, I think. Probably, I always forget when they traded Miller. I think it might have been like in the 2024 before the 2024 trade deadline to make that push for the playoffs. And they've kept him since then. Though I mean, there's some talk about Miller being traded elsewhere to like probably just reset a little bit, because the Padres are not playing very well. Oh wait, let me start the music. So here's like, I guess, a lot of information about prospects, and even on this page there's a ton of information. There's the ETA, for example, height, weight, BMI. Ooh. Wait, I mean, yeah, this is important. He's 5'11". I mean, isn't that kind of short? I guess. I mean, who cares about height? There's like a little talk. I remember like watching a video about maybe the number 9 pick, maybe draft 2026. Burris, yeah. I think Burris is 5'9", right? There's like, yeah, 5'9", 185. Like, there's like mentions of like how baseball athletes, like the little like mystery about around how like shorter athletes will perform in baseball, and he talked about that and how it shouldn't discourage people from in draft, including like the draft teams from drafting him. He ended up drafting him. I think it was, I forgot if this was like 8th, it was projected for like around 9 or maybe 7. I think it was like a single digit pick, I think, but I forgot. This is interesting. Then ETA, I'm not entirely sure. I forgot what this means, surplus. There's start odds, it's +%. There's some like a lot of stats here. Here's slash lines. This is interesting. Atlas. Is that EF 65? I mean, judging from the FE scale, that's really good. Batting one. He's in AA. I forgot about that. Late 2026. What is that up to? 1.019 OPS, 18 homers. ISO of 275. Let me see. This is just like 275. This is like batting average minus a slug. Wait. Oh, this is interesting. If you like hover over it, it shows you the mean. That's cool. I think this is batting, slugging minus batting average, right? Oh wait, no, wait, yeah, because I forgot. This is, of course, there's no OPS here. This is a slash line. So slug minus OPS. I mean, slug minus batting average is ISO. It has a really good ISO. It's like isolating for power. Metric for that. I mean, it's not maybe a metric, but something you can also get easily from just these easily measurable stats. What does 88? Oh, BB percent mean? Of course, BB percent means walk rate. Walk rate is above the mean. And K percentage is really, this is really good. This is really good, right? Yeah. Zcon, I'm not entirely sure what Zcon means, but it's elite versus pool mean. 89% is really good, I think. And whip percentage is also really good. It's just at 17%. And SC percent, StatCast percent. And he's doing this at 20 and a half years old, years of age. Thirds righty. These are like grades on the FV scale for his like tools. So hit grade of 64, power of only 45, run of only 47, defense is at 60, and arm is at 55. This is cool. And I mean, I guess I'm surprised he doesn't have a picture yet. This is also an interesting graph. Of course, Debris has been a good prospect. I've known about him for a little while. Because, of course, I knew about him through, because Danny Burns is a fan of the Padres. So he's talked about him, like, at least a few times I've seen him. I do wonder where Francis Pena is on this. He's 632. I'm not sure what this means. EFV. Our outcome granted ranking. Diamond Porter matches the rarity tier. This is cool. So Francis Pena right now is at 632 ranking in terms of EF V. I did look up Durangelo Saincha. He's at a 48. I guess. He's so plus 1.6 and a pool mean of 21.5. He got promoted to AAA and pitched at least a game for the Memphis Redbirds. I looked him up earlier. Unfortunately, he has like a 14 ERA. So I mean, of course, he's only had one start, but allowed like 5 runs in like less than 4 innings in his first start. It's unfortunate. But I checked this also. He's number 4 right now on MLB Pipeline. Maybe it's like they're just like a different scale in general. So this is interesting to look into. There's alright, Joe Dell, I found out he apparently went to high school in Louisville, and I think he was drafted out of high school maybe. So I found out because like I watched a video earlier on like one trade every team in the MLB should make before the trade deadline about that topic, and one of the trades was for Joe Dell, and on the Fangraphs page you can see like school for college, if they went to college or just high school, if they were drafted out of high school. And I think I saw Ballard, Kentucky high school, and I was like, because I've heard of that school. It's like Kentucky. And I looked that up, and apparently he went to high school in Kentucky. This is cool. I never knew about that, and I guess now learning about that and remembering the 4-base error that, because it was turned into a 4-base error for Rumfield that was ruled as a homer during the game. The game I watched, I think it was at Angel Stadium, whatever that stadium was called, the Angels Stadium, where Rumfield like hit against the Rockies, where Rumfield hit a ball far into the outfield, and then as Joe Dell was in the process of trying to field it, it just bounced on his head and landed outside of the field. And since like it didn't hit any part of him, like it didn't hit him in the glove or on the ground, it hit him on the head and just went outside. It was still in play, and so that was a homer. until it was just rumors here, which makes sense. But it's kind of silly. It's unfortunate. I learned there is like a when Sainche was drafted. I think it's been a couple of years since he was drafted from MSU, Mississippi State University. There was like a big article written about him that, like, of course they write. The MLB writers for the MLB write about each prospect, each draft pick, probably in the first round or maybe at least in the top 15 or something. It's cool to learn about him. That he's been doing this for, of course. I imagine for a switch pitcher to like remotely be good, I'd imagine you probably wouldn't want to do that. He was like, Sainch's father. Saincha told his father he'd be bettering at him at catching, and I mean, of course, he ended up not being catcher. He ended up in high school. He was played middle infielder and also, of course, pitched as a switch pitcher throughout high school and then into college and into the minor leagues now. I think it was like the first Little League it also mentioned like him pitching in the Little League World Series. Like he was one of the first, if not the first, switch pitchers to do so. And in that stage of baseball, which is cool. I like to keep an eye on him. This website is kind of annoying though, because it's laggy, unfortunately. I don't have sufficient research, whatever. But that website is looks pretty cool. I just won't browse it too much right now. I like MLB Pipeline too. I like how MLB Pipeline, I think, keeps up these like small write-ups of each prospect. But I do wonder if there's like write-ups for top 500th pick. I don't know. Yeah, okay. So there's a webpage that shows top 250 in the draft. There's a write-up for Kevin Johnson, number 250. This is cool. Ooh, this is cool. Cool name. Like, all these baseball names are cool. Baseball is cool. Rock Chalowski apparently is in. I didn't look at this earlier too. Rock Chalowski apparently should be playing in the rookie league. I'm not entirely sure. There's no stats here. In the Arizona complex, maybe. I'll be interested in seeing if he does play in those stats. I'm not sure why it does what's doing that. You can see like this is not, I don't think this is exactly the draft. Yeah, no, wait, this isn't the exact like draft placement, because of course Chalosky went number 1 to the White Sox, but Grady Emerson is number 1 here according to Pipeline. This is interesting. He's like 3 years younger. Justin LeBron is rated number 9 here, and he went number 18 or 17 maybe to the Reds. I do find it interesting because, like, of course, his hit tool is not very good compared to other prospects. Like, he batted like 273 in the SEC, and is like, yeah, he whips a lot, and he just likes to chase. There's probably like reasons. Maybe I should read this. And then his other tools though are really good. So probably boost him up. His power is 60, run is 70, huge. Arm is 60, fielding is 60. So that really boosts things for like other than pure hitting, pure contact. Beyond that. Overshadowed by first round picks Arjun Mala, George Lamarck Jr., and A. Miller, and Florida's high school shortstop class of 2023. LeBron was on scouting radars, but went undrafted because he wouldn't have gone high enough to lure him away from an Alabama commitment. By early 25, he had become the front runner to go number 1 overall in the 2026 draft. I didn't forget that, though he was passed by Rock Chalokowski later that spring. He still has a chance of matching Joe Vitello, number 7 as the highest pick in Cubs Tide history. The only knock on LeBron is a tendency to chase pitches out of the zone, especially breaking balls. He made more contact as a junior, but also batted just .229 in SEC play as a junior, leading to questions about his long-term hitting ability. He has added 15 pounds and significant bat speed in college, giving him above average raw power from the right side of the plate, and he also has good feel for driving balls in the air. All the rest of LeBron's tools grade at least plus, as does his makeup, and some evaluators think he's even better than that as a defender despite an uncharacteristically erratic sprain. He has a quick-sized first bat and run better than ever this spring, spending some at top of scale run times with ranking 5th in NCAA D1 with 42 steals and 43 attempts. Wow. That is good. That's cool, too. I do wonder if the bases or figure or something like is different in NCAA play compared to like minor leagues or maybe even minor leagues or MLB. There might be. He can make any throw needed from area at short and will be an asset anywhere on the diamond. This is cool. And then there's Tyler Bell, number 10. Bowman is higher than he was drafted. I think he was drafted like 39 to the Giants. Maybe he was 29. I think 39 might be out of the first round. I forgot. Oh yeah, and I forgot him. I forgot to mention Zion Rose. He was drafted number 6 to the Royals. He's like number 30 here, so I think that is interesting. I hope he does pan out well, because he played for last college season. So I think in the NCAA, the baseball diamond is basically the same size, very close to the same size. At least two MLB diamonds should be 90 foot square. Look at this a little closer. It's 90 foot square, and from there, all the other parts of the diamond and dimensions will fall into place. I did find I was looking at like older highlights, of course for the art executive, but edit, but also just like other stuff. Baseball fields used to have like, and Roger Angel did mention this a few times, at least a few times in the summer game. But baseball fields used to just not have base paths, like they'd only have dirt like paved around the bags, and the rest of the base paths would be grass. Find a decent picture. This looks like it's like they're like scrubbing the field with soap, just like the whole field is filled with soap, except of course this is not soap, this is snow. We're in Toronto, I think. We're into looking at the captain for the photo. Hawaii. What in the hell? Hawaii over what? Oh no, okay, so this is Texas's stadium. This is like, I think this is called the sliding pit infield, because like the right post mentioned that. I looked at the term up. It's like the grass, there is dirt around the bags, and then that's it for dirt. Rest of the infield is grass. And there's a circle. Oh, this is kind of weird. There's a circle around the batter's box, and whatever this is, there's like a Longhorn logo. Maybe that's made out of dirt too. Maybe just painted on in the middle of the infield. I mean, behind, a little bit behind the infield. I mean, ahead, maybe. This isn't interesting. It looks so big. Maybe it's just like, cause I'm not entirely sure. I think this might be the Astrodome. Here's a better picture. It's a good picture. I think this looks like the Astrodome. Yeah, Astros. This might be like before 1996. Like, I don't know. But you can see another picture of there's not being any dirt on, except around the bases. This kind of looks kind of interesting, but I'm not sure maybe there's like safety concerns with it or something. Why they change it? It's like I found a forum on the sportslogos.net about it. So I have a serious question from Bayamon. Ciales Monty Bayamon, Puerto Rico. I have a curious question. I said serious, I think, last time. Are there any links or sources about the history of sliding pits in baseball fields, at least in the MLB level? And if so, who were the first and subsequent teams to apply such on their stadiums, and who were the first ones who eventually dropped them out to be in favor of natural grass base path park fields? All I know is that the Blue Jays were the last team to do so in 2016 or 15, thus ending the artificial turf sliding pit parks in the MLB. And on a side note, because sliding pits, those small separate round areas, meaning the pitcher mound and catcher box, catcher box? Maybe that is like better catcher box. Maybe they're talking about this. So there's circles here and different above circles, and these are like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 polygons, simple polygons, be placed on a natural grass stadium and make it work, or it only applies to an artificial turf stadium. Oh right, round areas, yeah. So these two. Oh, okay. Yeah, I see. So it's a question of whether this configuration could work with a natural grass stadium. I do wonder that. So, I don't know, maybe there's like a better source on this? Sliding pit dimensions, there's like, I don't know, I'm kinda interested in reading this. To really see forums like this. I'm not going to source this, but I'm going to respond out of memory, so I'll take corrections as needed. Primary use of sliding pits in the MLB were due to multi-purpose stadiums, where MLB and NFL teams, soccer was to be a force in the US at the start, would share a stadium and be awful for both. Stadiums also use artificial turf rather than glass to make maintenance easier. Sliding pits made it so that the turnover was easier because you only had a little bit of dirt to remove as compared to a full infield, while keeping the safety for the players. Blue Jays, as you noted, were the last to have them. This was due to the Toronto Argonauts of the CFL Toronto Argonauts. Whoa. They're really old. Founded in 1873, this team is the oldest professional sports teams in North America, still using its original name, as well as the oldest surviving team in both Mondial, CFL, and Eastern Division. Oh. This is cool. As well, even at Rogers Center, it's an Argos game, 2013, not a Blue Jays game, mostly kicked the Argos out and started renovations and into a baseball-only facility with still artificial turf, but a full infield. So, the history of sliding pits in MLB follows the history of multi-purpose stadiums in MLB due to ease of turnover. If you look at the exceptions, the stadium in Oakland hosted both the Raiders and the A's. However, they still had a full infield, and Raiders put on dirt for the beginning parts of their season, and it was beautiful. They're not the only ones to do so, and I believe here we have a thread dedicated to that glory. There are also teams in Japan that use the sliding pits now, even without a near. Yokohama Stadium, of my Yokohama DNA base stars, has a full turf field and sliding pits. You also still see it at the collegiate level, Pitt doing the same despite it being a full park. There's a lot of banners here. Maybe it's Pittsburgh banners. Or I mean, not just Pittsburgh, but because there's Buffalo here, but maybe like fan banners. Maybe this person's old. There's a 60s banner here, but I'm not entirely sure. I want to look up Stadium in Oakland. So Oakland, you have to look this up first. Oh, I'm gonna look this up on Clem's Baseball. So where's wait, I forgot, Candlestick is San Francisco. Oh, I'm not sure. I can just look up, or no, wait. Oakland. Have we always played in the Coliseum? Yeah, I think they did. Ooh, wait. Ooh, look at this. Wait, but ooh, the Clem's Baseball does have a diagram for dirt, but I'm not sure. Coliseum Raider football dirt. What in the heck? Here's one image. So last Oakland Raiders game played on dirt. Whoa, this looks weird. They just left the dirt here. So I can get rid of this. Where's the photo? I want to credit. Let me like decrease this. Or I can do this, yeah. Caption. Just credits down here. There's a Carlos Fajardo for the Bay Area News Group. Oh, so yeah, I mean, of course they just spray painted that. Spray painted this. This is a lovely picture. There's a lot of people here. It's kind of crazy how they can, this like, I just realized I've never looked up how this process happens of adjusting the stadiums to, what was it, turnover or something, right? What's the term? Turnover, yeah, turnover. Turnover, for me, is a bad thing. It's baseball, I mean basketball terms, but it also means different things, of course, because words can mean a lot of things, as some people tend to forget, or maybe not realize. Turnover. For this is to like look it up in a little bit, just like look up a video of it for stadiums, and then Oakland Coliseum. What was the search? Where is it? football dirt. So just close all this. Keep this because I want to download that. Keep going. Kick up dirt while warming up before the game against the Kansas City Chiefs Coliseum. The opening game could possibly be the last NFL game ever to be played on a dual-use baseball football stadium because of the Raiders' schedule. This home game won't occur until way past the baseball season. Oh, and like I guess they just won't use the stadium. This is another really cool picture. I love like the park. Just like getting these articles on cameras. Timing is hard. And then you get and then sometimes of course you run over the dirt in football, which might feel kind of weird compared to grass, which most of the time you just run. Most of the time it's the surface, but get tackled on dirt and it's gonna feel a little different. Oh, and this is a sack too. Derek Raiders QB. I guess the Raiders were bad back then too. Maybe. Raiders are really bad, been really bad these last few seasons. But I wish they were better. Maybe they'll be better this season. It's really cool that they got Jaunty. But it's not cool that they're in Las Vegas now. View the dirt end zone for the Oakland Raiders game against the KC Chiefs. Wait. Oh. Yeah, fourth quarter. This is all over the place. Which is alright. Benson, Mayowa, sacks, KC, starting QB, Mahomes. Wow. I'm not doing very Mahomes things. This is the cool thing about this is so cool. It's like the moment before he realizes that he's been sacked. He's got his arm like right near the football too. This is so cool. It's a snap, pre-snap. I'm not sure what this is called, like formation. Ooh, this is a cool picture. To get like a part of the squad, like a very small part of it, but like still a few players on the dirt and the rest of them are on the grass. Ooh, it's cool. Daryl Worley tackles Sammy Watkins. Wait. I haven't taken this in yet. This is it's dangerous, but it's lovely. I think it's cool to watch too. Football player kicks up dirt while warming up before the game. Another warm up. You can see little particles here. Little like maybe lens flare, or maybe not flare, but just like reflection of something. Cool details. The very shallow depth of field. This looks kind of interesting. It's even only really only the foot and this small patch of grass has been focused on. But in the process of that, you also see these little dirt. Oakland Raiders Derek Carrier tackled by Anthony Chiefs Anthony Hitchens in the fourth quarter. It's cool to like capture these expressions too. This is this is really cool to like the fact that photographers, of course, the fact that photographers are a part of journalism for in coverage of sports guys. I mean, it's sort of like still like you have to be sort of like I don't know. I mean, I think it's probably easy to say that a lot of people still like understand the craft of importance of this kind of stuff. It's like one of the many ways you can interact with the sports that you love and see them in different ways. This is cool. You can see in like the very fast moments that you practice all your life, or these players practice all their life for. See them like and have the ability to just look at it, and if I were like more interested in football, I'd probably be going crazy, even crazier for this. 14, so big shot. See more dirt. There's like dirt. Oh wait, there's not. There's like the diamond here, but there's also dirt over here too. Wait, yeah, and that's probably just the outfield. And I mean, it doesn't have that much impact, but there's still a little bit of the field, and a lot of the touchdowns are covered in dirt. Derek Carr prays on the dirt infield after the game in Coliseum. Oh, the Kansas City Chiefs defeated the Raiders 28-10. It's a cool picture. Maybe you should have like focused more on these guys though. So the subject of the photo is like it's this guy in a blue tuxedo. There's like red and blue. That's alright. And then Hunter Renfro can't come down with a catch against Kansas City Chiefs. One Thornhill in the first quarter. It's about different photographer. This is cool. This is out of this. I don't have much to say about it, but it's really cool. I spent like 10 minutes on that. should like watch a Green Art instead maybe. What do I look up? I'm trying to, maybe I can just do that MLB to NFL Stadium. I've seen all the other 3 major leagues, but I haven't seen baseball to football. So I mean, here's one footage. This is at Chase Field, Arizona. Maybe this is at a different Chase Field. It's like a time lapse of it. It's like there's a diamond, of course, and I think they open the roof. Bunch of different cars, you know, automobiles come in, and then like I think they just removed the diamond. When was this? 2020. They just removed the diamond, the dirt from the infield now. And they put extra stands over there. They put like whatever this is. What is that? Arizona. This like desert decorations. They sort of close the roof. They close it. They paint everything. Whoa, that's really cool. This isn't like is there like a way I can look up Shea Stadium? Like Shea Stadium. Time lapse. Like maybe this will show a turnover. Not demolition. Football maybe. Just look up add football. Flipping Oakland's. Time lapse. Maybe just look up baseball to football again. Where is it? Just up baseball to football. Stadium field conversion maybe? Wait, actually, let me pause the music with Lady. So here's, due to the description here, Rafael Murciano and Tamara McCune spent an overnight stay at Rollie Stadium as it was being converted from a baseball field to a football field. Using time-lapse photography, the video shows that they were involved in achieving this 24-hour deadline for the following day. 24 hours is crazy. This is left ear, unfortunately. It's alright. So, Marlins, then Dolphins, then Marlins again the following day. Wow. It's like 24 hours and then like another 24 hours after. I mean, I don't know if I should be pausing this a lot, but I mean, I don't want to be like one of those reactions that just like looks at the video and says haha, and after watches the clip and says haha, and then On to the next clip. I don't know. I mean, the thing is, I've never watched this, so it's like just talking over it. But I mean, I don't. This is my place, and I do what I do. I always forget that. So whatever. Maybe I should. I don't know. Wait. Turn this up. Maybe I should turn this up too. Let's see what that. See this. Okay. Sorry. Let's go back here. It's auto-generated. Unfortunately. I mean, it's not auto-generated subtitles are not bad. Not the best. Whatever. So, all the fans go away from Marlins Stadium. It's also called Joe Robbie Field. Before they moved, I guess. They gotta go away and remove the orange seats. They remove all the scoreboards and stuff, and I guess they add extra stands over there. Well, it's like square by square, and also uncover the tarps for the upper stands, maybe. And maybe this is for like weather, or just like they do this normally. I saw that these seats were filled. Yeah, or I mean these seats weren't filled, so maybe this is a normal thing. What is this? I should pause this because this is fast. So it's advertisement. It's like Apple font. Not sure if that's Apple though. Oh, they took down the foul poles. Oh no. It's more demolition now. They remove the. Yeah, they like uncover the stands over here. It's more work. They like. I'm not sure what's going on here. Let's remove this. They open this up. It's from small to big. I guess these are like movable or something. Before this NFL, I'm not sure what these are. I forgot what these are called, but they're like these like corridors are much larger in the NFL than they are for the MLB. They move the foul pole through there. Maybe that's why there's like whatever that is. There's like I'm not sure what this is. Maybe it's like a dirt path for them or something. They keep removing this. Cover the tarps. Ooh, and these I guess maybe they're just like lower mechanically. And then they build the wait. Do they build it? I don't think they did. They build it out of the foul pole? I don't think they do. They probably don't. They like just bring more materials to build the Wait, what is that called? Let me see. I'm just gonna look this up on my phone. Goalpost? Is that just the goalpost? Field goal? For the field goalpost? Maybe. They bring these stands out. Yeah, these are mechanical. It's cool, like motion. One of the stands, part of the stands moves outwards, and the other like merges. Ooh. Yeah, that is cool. So it's. Wait, clicking the video. Yeah, wait. So like, oh crap. I didn't mess it up, I don't think. It's like kind of interesting feature. You can like hold the spacebar to go 2 times speed. So these are brought out. Gotta be careful. They could probably do some really bad damage. Or I don't know. Actually, wait, there's not anything down here. So then what are they gonna do? Are they gonna leave the dirt there? They're painting the lines. They do. They just leave the dirt there. It's a different orientation. Coliseum's infield. It's in the middle of the field. But the here at Joe Robbie Stadium, the infield is just mostly in one part of the field, like exclusively in one part of the field. Here's the coverage. What was that? There's like this cool little like thing. They're battling each other, like clashing. Their heads against each other in this matchup. You don't see this anymore. I've never seen anything like that. It's like a small little thing. Whoa, that's so silly. What is that? Is that a chicken? What the heck? Little like critter on the field. Maybe that's probably just a dog. I'm joking about the chicken thing. Maybe it's like chasing a ball. Something, I don't know. That is a cool video. Rafael, what the heck? Is this Rafael Mastroianni? What is that? That's like, I think that he mentioned the broadcast, the news anchors. Are these guys called news anchors? Broadcasters, commentators, something. They like, I think this is the photographer who spent the day, spent the night and day. WCIX photographer, yeah. So I guess maybe this is the real Rafael Mastroianni. The photographer. What the heck? He's still alive and posting music. This is cool. How's that? I mean, should I look at the comments? Does that stop music? Most people I've ever seen 10 more of this game. Okay. What? I'm not. No. Should I look at the recommendeds for minutes of crazy Rock Chalosky? I don't want to watch Rock Chalosky right now. Oh wait, and then I forgot. I wanted to look up, I'll get off of this soon. My laptop's about to die. Dang it. What's it doing? Oakland Raiders dirt field. Wait, can I show this? Years played, last game. Maybe I should. I want to see highlights. Wait. This is okay. Wait. Here's another video of conversion. Time called the Coliseum. They didn't even wait for the fans to leave. They just started immediately doing it. Probably after the game. There's like a lot of people here still. This is crazy. Can I lower the? I'm gonna lower the resolution of this to make it less laggy. I see, because the stands did look different, so I wonder how that's gonna change. They're gonna change here. So like, they just moved the freaking. Oh my gosh! They just moved the moved like parts of the stands. Whoa. They just moved it changed it from circle to square, more like a square. And you can see the big openings for the NFL teams. This is cool. Such a big amount. Over here you can see, I mean, that field was pretty easy to, I mean, not necessarily easy, but much more straight than the rest of the stadium. Move like a bunch of stands. Wait, where are they moving it? Where are these coming from? Where in the world? I mean, that one was just in front, I guess. I didn't see that. What in the world? Oh wait, they're just like, wait, but what? They're bringing it from behind, from here, and then they just move it. Wait. Whoa, this is by Oracle Arena's posting YouTube videos now. Oh no. Oracle Arena's posting YouTube videos, okay. And they did this during the ALDS playoffs. What the heck? Back when the A's were a playoff team. Now I don't even know where they are in the standings. I was gonna destroy my computer. This is so cool. Oh, wait, were they taking it? Wait, I think I'm kind of oblivious. I mean, I'd imagine like, oh wait, there's like leftover stands over here to use later. Maybe that's where. But they're also like bringing from in there. What the heck? The thing just went in there for a second. It's like little. It's cool to like see this. I'm kind of oblivious. This is better for like just to see with your eyes, because I don't know. There's no music, but it's okay. And of course they leave the dirt there. They left the dirt there while they still play at the Coliseum. I forgot what they did. What they do here. I'm gonna put the white stuff on the field. They spray painted the lines and put the goalposts in. I'm not sure what the Alamo Dome is. Maybe it's like a Texas thing. It sounds like a Texas thing. Like, not the Astrodome, so maybe the Rangers is. Maybe that was like the Ranger Dome before the Globe Life Field. I can check. So I gotta make sure I'm not. So this is like San Antonio, so maybe when I'm down. NCAA Alamo Bowl versus Spurs. Wait, oh, the Spurs been here for a year, and where's baseball? Where's baseball? The Brahmas? Oh, right. I did see that team maybe while I was playing Roblox football. What's the Alamo Dome? Who plays in the Alamo Dome? Yeah, Texas Strangers. I don't see them here. Oh, I see. They only played there for 4 years for exhibition games. Oh. Top 15. Ooh, let's watch this now. Watch what cartoon? Maybe we should watch this later. I don't want to. I just looked at the comments for a second. I love taking random glimpses at this and just laughing at their absurdity. Seems like I have a lot of effort to games. Yeah. This is cooler. Top 15 abandoned Olympic sites. That looks cool. It's fortunate I think this makes me think for the World Cup in 2022, like Qatar, like the stadiums are built off of human like slave labor. It's not really funny, but like slave labor stadiums, and they just like left them there. I think from last I've heard, they just like left those stadiums there to rot. I will check. Qatar. Football stadiums now. Wait. Qatar football stadiums after World Cup is a football stadium answer. Maybe they're not like. What is that? What are these thumbnails? That's the 2022 World Cup mascot. It's like the I don't know. I forgot what it was called. It's cute. These are like probably AI thumbnails. What in the world is this sad? And it's like, what is this supposed to be? I don't know. The HITC set, I love HIT. I haven't watched them in a while, but HIT set is really cool. Along with the Irish guy. I haven't watched either of those in a while. So I've barely kept up with any really sports. I remember like getting my fix of Premier League football through the Irish guy. It's like following the. It's like so kind of absurd. You might have. When you're maybe this is good. 1 year after 2022 FIFA World Cup, let's change the Qatar. Is 1 year since the most controversial World Cup in history began with a sales pitch from Gianni Infantino. After years of criticism of the decision to award the biggest sporting event to all of Qatar. Wait, let me make sure I'm understanding this. After years of criticism over the decision to award the biggest sporting event to all of Qatar, taken prior to his appointment, Infantino launched a scathing attack on what he described as hypocrisy and racism in countries he considered to be moralizing over the Middle East. described as hypocrisy and racism from countries described to be moralizing over the Middle East nation's human rights record, telling us all that today the Qatari, Arab, African, gay, disabled, and migrant worker want to castigate the West. What does that word mean? Castigate definition. Webster. To object to severe punishment or proof for criticism. I'm just making sure I understand this. But I mean, of course, like, I think, of course, subject context is, but I want to make sure. The West for double standards, focusing on Qatar's, Qatar's worker abuses. Who's actually caring about the workers? FIFA does, football does, the World Cup does, and to be fair to them, Qatar does as well. Football soon drew out the talking. Lionel Messi led Argentina to glory, found that winning some of the greatest games of all time. I remember watching it in church. Like, I can't believe this took place on a Sunday. Like, I mean, it's kind of, I guess, this always happened on, like, sporting, like, for sports. Of course, sport games always take place on Sundays, because why are they not? But I've sort of noticed that they take place so much earlier, and I do wonder if, like, the majority of the country, like, maybe it's earlier because, like, it's an established like, break day, but for religion, also from work, but also maybe it's like the majority of the nation, like, goes to church, like, in the mornings. Because I used to go to church, like, in the afternoons, and I mean, still do now, morningly. I mean, I'm forced to go to church. That's not my choice necessarily. Sometimes, because sometimes we don't go. But whenever we do go, it's in the afternoons, and sort of like get rid of a couple of hours from the day. And of course, since I, like, wake up, like, late, that sort of, like, removes another chunk of the day. There are more goals scored than at any previous World Cup. According to FIFA, over 4 million people attended the games, and 4 years cycle 2022 was most lucrative ever, generating $7.5 billion. MTO would go on to describe the tournament as the best ever because of the unique cohesive power this World Cup has shown. No official figure has ever been stated. Reports estimate Qatar spent $220 billion on staging the World Cup. Human costs is also unclear, given the deaths of migrant workers in delivering the tournament, the vast number of whom may never accurately be known. Thousands more were injured, suffered wage theft, or felt injustice at ineffective implementation of reforms to the country's kafala system that privileges freedom and power away from employees to change their jobs, change jobs at their will. Let me make sure I understand this. I should read slower. I always read slowly, but I just make sure I freaking can, like, comprehend this, because I have to, like, reread things a lot. Thousands more were injured, so were reached out. I understand that part. Or felt injustice at ineffective implementation of reforms to countries have. Oh, okay. So as International Non-Governmental Organization HRW, I think maybe that's their abbreviation. Russia's director of global initiatives, Mickey Worden, told ESPN, "It was the highest-grossing World Cup for FIFA and the deadliest event in the history of the world sport." As the tournament drew to a close, Infantino announced the creation of a FIFA Legacy Fund to provide routes to support compensation claims, offering an additional avenue beyond the Qatari government's own worker support and insurance fund. I'll be back, and we will be here to check. Don't worry, because you will be gone," Infantino told a room full of journalists at the tournament's closing news conference. In November 2023, ESPN returned to Doha to try to determine the legacy of the Qatar World Cup. Speaking to experts on the ground, the International Labour Organization, migrant workers, Qatari officials, and the Supreme Committee for Delivery and Legacy, FIFA declined ESPN's multiple requests for an interview with Infantino. Infantino's terrible. It's a long article. It's a long article. I think I'll read it. I want to read this. The context was needed for me. Cause I didn't. This context was good. Before that, it's probably the last thing I do before I get off. Wait, don't. I'm just gonna get rid of this, the rest of this album, and put something like instrumental on. Hopefully it's not lagging too much. I mean, my comments here to this article really probably isn't gonna be that good. But, I mean, I just want to read this too, so I don't know. What should I put on? Let's see, put this on. Put it's natural snow buildings and this song. Okay. So, Sporting Legacy. Lusail Stadiums. Wait, should I read this? Because the thing is, this is kind of old. And I was sort of wondering what they're doing now. I might skim this. 3 years after the matches and a White Stadium, same built specifically for the 2050 World Cup, were constructed for the conceived from the outset for what would come after. It's not converted into a sports and tourist town. Yeah, wait, I just tried reading this with my eyes. I mean, skimming it, maybe. I don't know. Wait, what is this index? It's not that long. It's not very long at all. I should read this because these are also just short paragraphs. So, the Al Bayt Stadium was inaugurated in November 2022. So not only matches of the World Cup, but also events before the tournament, such as the FIFA Arab Cup in 2021. Located in Al Khor, about 35 kilometers from Doha, the structure can accommodate up to 60,000. Its shape recalls that of desert tents, with facades and roof made of fiberglass membranes. It's woven into a synthetic fabric resistant to desert climates. So it's here. Engineering is not an end in itself, it distinguishes Qatar. Stadium is precisely the concept of legacy. From the design stage, it was planned that capacity would be reduced through removal of the upper tier, lowering to about 32,000. Part of the free space was not wasted. Here they envisage conversions that include a 5-star hotel, commercial spaces, sports health center, and community facilities. In this way, the stadium is transferred from temporary monuments to permanent structure for their uses. The personal adaptation plan answers a crucial question. Valid to not only Al Bayt Stadium, but for every major facility, critical for global events. How to prevent pharaonic works from becoming white elephants, costly, unused, and cumbersome in the urban space. To know this question, got through just $10 billion for service infrastructure, temporary housing, and related public works. Just about $6.6 billion, just sold in convention, furnishment of 7 new stadiums. We're already in another already existing one. Just getting this, I guess. I don't even remember what I said about. It's probably like, wait, but what? What is this about? Was this like? I forgot why I even am learning about this. It's probably. I mean, he's easily infer it's probably has to do something that I thought about. That they had just abandoned the stadiums. I forgot why did I even mention the World Cup? I don't know. Let me just keep reading this and I'll read the article. The big article. It's like a feature article and like. Wait. I mean this is old, so maybe this is more up to date. I mean this is probably more up to date. Yes. 2025. This is like a better picture. So here's the stadium itself. There's like the grass around it and all the different things that we're building around it. Whatever, no, wait, I'll mention this later. This is cool. The design of it is cool. Let's read this. This is important context for me, because I actually never really looked into this. So, the Lusail Stadium's golden flame glares in the late afternoon Arab sunshine, seemingly frozen in time as a monument to sporting immortality. The FIFA World Cup 2022 signage remains in place. Upon closer inspection, a handful of workers are suspended by cables from the roof, maintaining the opulence of the arena, where Messi settled the debut of over who is the greatest player of his generation. I'm gonna look this word up. Opulence, I forgot. Wealth, affluence. Maintaining the empty parking lot stretch into the horizon. Security guards sit slumped in their chairs, positioned in the shadows of their nearby cabins to avoid the worst of the heat. Litter pickers patrol the nearby stadium in hope rather than anticipation. Most World Cups raise concerns about what happens after the FIFA circus leaves town, but in many countries with rich football heritage, these arenas become tourist attractions woven into the rich tapestry of the national game. Yet, Lusail is a city which did not exist in 2005, but it has a near 9,000 capacity state-of-the-art stadium that, when hosted Argentina versus Mexico recorded the second highest attendance in the history of the Men's World Cup, 80,966. That's big. I remember that match. That was a lovely match. And it would have been hard because I was rooting for Mexico, a school that had such high attendance. Oh, see the signage, yeah. Resumes outside of Lusail Stadium almost a year after the 2022 final. It looks like Noah's Ark, like the stadium not the stadium, it's the museum. Kind of like, it's in center resembles that shape. Located 10 miles north of the Qatari capital of Doha, the Lusail Stadium is the site where Messi defied his advancing years, guided Argentina to glory, and where he lifted the trophy, dripped in a bisht, a black ceremonial robe handed to him by the Emir of Qatar. As iconic sporting moments for the Middle East go, this was perfect. Messi and his Argentina teammates paraded the trophy along nearby Lusail Boulevard, which connects the stadium to Lusail's plaza towers. Four pillars from which a metallic sculpture of a whale shark is suspended. It's a curious place, constructed as Qatar's city of the future. Deserted stores and only a handful of tourists are present on Lusail Boulevard now, yet there is still more construction in the area. One such project, the Lusail Museum, is due to open in 2029. It feels like a place waiting to grow into itself. Lusail Boulevard is a multi-lane road adorned by shops, and restaurants range from Chuck E. Cheese to British supermarket chains Sainsbury's. None are even close to full. Many are entirely empty. Chairman of Qatar Tourism in Qatar Airways Group, Chief Executive H.E. Akbar Al-Baker, claimed in April that hotel occupancy groups in Doha, jeez, what's Doha? I forgot. Maybe I'm thinking like Dhaka, Dhaka, the capital of Bangladesh. I don't know. Stood about 65 to 70%. Sources have told ESPN that the occupancy is around 40%, with one source adding it may have dropped to about 20% in the Lusail region. Ooh, wow. Still constructed as Qatar's city of the future, there are very few people there to enjoy its shops and restaurants. See the shark over here? On the east side of Doha, the Qatar national team played the 2026 World Cup qualifier against Afghanistan on November the 16th at Khalifa International Stadium. The visiting side was decimated by 18 withdrawals amid concerns. The Afghani Football Association has misappropriated FIFA funds. Qatar won 8-1 in front of an official attendance of 19,374. The crowd, comprised of a large number of children who enjoyed performing the Viking Thunderclap made famous by Iceland fans at Euro 2016. Supporters noted the peaceful air conditioning inside the stadium with banners that read, "Powered by fans." 6 of the starting lineup also began Qatar's first match of a campaign in which they became the first World Cup host to go without winning a single point. Qatar later reached the quarterfinals of the CONCACAF Gold Cup, being eventual winners Mexico in the group stage, but did not win any of their friendlies against Kenya, Russia, Iraq, or Iran before flashing a makeshift Afghanistan side who had only met their new coach, Ashley Westwood, for the first time earlier in the week. It's kind of crazy that we're in CONCACAF. It's only like other side of the world and still in that tournament. All 26 players in the provisional Gold Cup squad played their club football in Qatar. They were as high as 48th in the FIFA ranking last year, but are now 61st. Manager Carlos Queiroz, who took charge of the team in February, is pragmatic about the team's progress. Honestly, when I arrived, I did not find very much, because the end of the cycle ended with almost 9 players 34 years old, the 70-year-old told ESPN. There are a couple of young players with no caps. We had some young players coming in now who were getting their first caps. This is really a very difficult situation. We knew we needed to refresh the team and qualify for the World Cup. At the same time, we are building the future. Players we are creating opportunities for, when they get back to the clubs, they don't have an opportunity. To play, it is crucial. You can bring in the best coaches in the world, the best academies, the best balls, the best administrators, but if one coach like me is coaching a player like a swimming coach with no water and there's no chance to swim, we have to find solutions where you have to work the national team, clubs, to give opportunities. Dr. Ahmed Abbasi is positive about the impact of Qatar's domestic game. As executive director of competitions and football development at the Qatar Stars League (QSL), the top league in the country. Wait. Oh, okay. I was hoping that it was not too loud. The top of the league in the country. Abbasi says the league witnessed a tripling of registrations at various levels after the World Cup. FIFA and the QSL have launched a training program aimed at improving the league's logistics and everything from sports governance to match day operations and fan engagement. The league, which prices general tickets around $12.50, registered a record attendance of 28,000 for Qatar's own Clásico, Al Rayyan against Al Arabi in September. Average crowds of around 5,000 spectators watch big names such as Philippe Coutinho and Marco Verratti, although the QSL has been eclipsed by the influx of stars led by Cristiano Ronaldo into the Saudi Pro League over the past year. We had a lot of new players, and it is a much better league this season. This is one of the legacies of the World Cup, because we are now focusing more on our league than the organization of the biggest mega event in the world, Abbasi told ESPN. We have better players, better coaches, and we are playing at a higher level. And now in World Cup stadiums. 6 of the 9 World Cup stadiums are being used for QSL matches. Education City was not selected. It has been used for Eid prayers on occasions, with around, I'm not sure how you say it, with around 35,000 worshippers attending an event in April to mark the end of Ramadan, while Lusail is deemed too special for regular use. Hmm. 974 was built with the intention of being deconstructed after the 2022 World Cup. Kind of sad. That leaves, and it talks about here, the arena, Stadium 974, the arena made out of shipping containers, tolling that number, and also referencing Qatar's International Dialing Code. It's supposed to be dismantled and sent to Africa, with the vacated area turned into waterfront development. Instead, the stadium, along with World Cup signage, is still in place. Sources working in Qatar told ESPN there have been multiple offers for the site, which are not all expected to go to one recipient, but no decision has yet been taken. Similarly, at other sites such as Al Bayt, there are post-tournament plans to build a 5-star hotel, a shopping center, a food court, a gym, and a multi-purpose hall, but there are no signs of construction. So, this is interesting. Sources in Qatar point out that such is the country's vast wealth. It can afford to maintain the stadiums even with minimal use. They are in no rush, one source said. Some argue that Qatar overbuilt for the World Cup, but others point to the 2030 roadmap. It is an open secret that Qatar would like to host the Summer Olympics at some point. A spokesperson for the Supreme Committee told ESPN, "All of the Qatar 2022 stadiums have been regularly used since the World Cup ended. Clubs in the Qatar Stars League use several venues as their home grounds for domestic league matches. Stadiums are also used for the Amir Cup final, Qatar's showpiece competition, and international matches, including FIFA World Cup 2026 qualifiers." It's making is the Supreme Committee like, why is this lagging? Let me see, is this like the government of Qatar? Oh, wait. Supreme Committee for Delivery, jeez, Delivery and Legacy. Ah, stop playing the video. Playing a video that's gonna lag that's lagging my computer. I can just go picture and stop it. Okay. Oh, so this is Supreme Committee for Delivery and Legacy, established in 2011 to deliver the stadiums and host country operations of the World Cup in Qatar. To keep that in mind for me. So this first person said that in January through February 2024, Qatar will host the AFC Asian Cup, the largest continental football tournament that will utilize 7 out of 8 Qatar 2022 stadiums. The plans for the post-tournament use of Stadium 974 will be announced in due course. Stadiums themselves, of course, remain stunning. World Cup matches passed off without any violence, and the close proximity of the venues to each other meant that watching multiple matches in one day was achievable. Anyone living in the country, Qatari residents, anyone who visited, it was a really special time because we lived it, said Abbasi. We were really proud to see the country manage to deliver an amazing, astonish the world and show everybody our culture, our beautiful country, our hospitality, our stadiums, our food, and everything. Qatar undeniably put on an impressive show, but the human cast a long shadow. We got supplemental. Is this supplemental? Like, one important part about how journalism has been shaped over with the internet is how the ability to just put a lot of other resources within the article. This is cool, but I'm not sure if I'm gonna watch that. This FIFA absolve itself of any post-tournament responsibility. Let me write this down too on the sticky note. So write this down and arrow video, I guess. So here we go. This is sort of what I'd come for, and I'm getting this. I like this article. I really like I spent 30 minutes on this already. I don't think it's I like learning about this stuff. I should, because it's we'll get rid of all this other stuff in case it was doing anything for resources. I'll put on, actually, before I start reading this, let me put on some more music. The song is about to end. I wonder if this is like what like political streamers do, like Hassan Abi, and I've seen like I just put on a couple of like random political streamers just to have in the background or like in the month, and I don't know. I forgot how they went about like spreading the word. So I forgot. I wasn't really paying attention, unfortunately. I remember like one of them was like watching a Salabi video on the what was it, the riots of the ICE facility in New Jersey. Maybe, and it's like there's a guy. There's a guy with like talking to him about like taking him around like the side of the facility and protesters. And there was like a bunch of freaking hecklers and just getting in his way. It's kind of ridiculous. I mean, they weren't hecklers. There was one of them was like for Fox, I think. Like, it was for Fox, like, but he was just like constantly just like being kind of nosy, like getting up and trying to get something out of him, out of the song. I don't have anything to say about the song because I don't know much about him other than he's a popular figure. Yeah. What should I put on? Put Klein on. Put this on, why not? I made this the beauty by Madame Bocci. Okay, so let's keep reading. In conversations with ESPN, multiple human rights campaigners stated a belief that the December 2010 decision to award Qatar host rights for World Cup either did not consider or totally ignored clear human rights issues in the country. It is not the first tournament to provoke controversy and criticism. At the 2014 World Cup, the Brazilian government was accused of moving some of the country's poorest people living in favelas to different locations. In Russia, 4 years later, there are questions over Vladimir Putin's political motives for staging the tournament. With Human Rights Watch suggesting he aimed to sports wash his role and legitimize it by hosting a sporting mega event. Maybe this is a. I'll like talk about this because this is about like practicing, media. What is it? Media literacy. Maybe sports wash, like in this context, means like washing the sort of like enticing people to like him more through like the how big the World Cup is and how like awesome the tournament is, and it's so cool that Putin is encouraged and got this tournament to play in our country. So now maybe I'll start thinking about Putin better, start ignoring the other bad things that how his rest of his what's the word, like it's a lot of words to describe it. I kind of can't think of something. The negatives, I guess, of how he rules his country, the fact that he's a dictator of the country, or authoritarian. He hasn't. I mean, I'm not sure if it's that. He's just been the president for so long. It's kind of crazy. I forgot if it's like an authoritarian thing or not. Though I kind of lean towards the former. Qatar had a little less than 12 years to prepare, but FIFA did not even create its own human rights policy until 2017. Yet, sources in Qatar insist that there are many who desire change in the country. Others believe Western media is biased against the Middle East or Qatar specifically. In defending Qatar, Infantino pointed. Okay, I'm rubbing my eyes. Oh jeez, what? Every so often, like, I cry sometimes when I rub my eyes, and I mean maybe that's why you don't rub your eyes. This is one of my many social net things that I do. Touch my face, do that because bad things happen, I think. Over time, of course, but like sometimes I kind of worry that people are gonna ask me, especially my family, like, "Are you crying?" And I have to say like no, because I'm just, it just happens when I rub my face. Maybe that's a bad thing, but I don't know. And I say that because my fan is blowing on to me. This desk fan. In defending Qatar, Infantino pointed to the history of atrocities in Europe. For what we Europeans have been doing for 3,000 years around the world, we should be apologizing for the next 3,000 years before starting to give moral lessons to people, said the Italian. And there is something in that. Scrutiny should never be selective. But what a battery is now. Yeah, I can't. Did Infantino really say that? That is stupid. That's kind of stupid for him to say. Like, we should be able to criticize everything, not just like just because like this is in the past. And yes, it's the atrocities of European governments and regimes and countries are obviously shit, but that should not mean that Europeans are now like should not be able to. What? I'm hasty. This is kind of hasty, but I don't understand the logic in this. I can't even like put it into words. I'm bad with words in general, but this is kind of nonsensical at least to me, on first glance. Apologize for the next 3,000 years? Like, what? It's not sustainable. 3,000 years is kind of crazy. And of course, I mean, it's figure of speech, probably, but I don't think, like, people talking about this, especially Europeans, have any bias, or their points should be invalidated, because especially when talking about citizens of a country, like, it's weird. There's something in that, yeah, but what about it is not a satisfactory answer. Perhaps the starting point is the data. There must be something fundamentally wrong when so many parties accept that migrant workers came to Qatar to work on the construction of World Cup stadiums and infrastructure. Ow, my eye. My eye is bugging me. So many parties accept that migrants came to Qatar to work on the construction of World Cup stadiums and infrastructure died, but nobody agrees on the number. HRW notes Qatar government data from 2010 to 19 states that all deaths of non-Qataris in any setting was 15,021. What? 15,000 from... just working on the... what? Qatar stops publishing this data beyond the date. The Guardian's reporting put a number of dead between 2010 and up until the final few months of 2020 at 6,500. What? But this estimation was confined to workers from 5 South Asian countries: India, Pakistan, Nepal, Bangladesh, and Sri Lanka. The Guardian was also not able to verify occupation and placement work for the deceased. The Supreme Committee has only ever acknowledged 3 deaths directly connected. 3 deaths out of 6,500? Or 15, even up to 15,000? With 37 deaths attributed to other reasons. The International Labour Organization, or ILO, counts 50 deaths in 2020. Wait. Is this like... What is this number? I have to understand this. What is the population of Qatar? Good thing. You're making sure I'm like... population is 32 million. So, I mean, I assume... From this, since it's such a like small part of the population, I assume it's probably like just like non-Qataris in any setting. Wait, what? $65,000 workers, according to The Guardian. International Labour Organization counts deaths 2020, 506. Severe injuries and further 37,000. Wow. 601 mild or moderate injuries. There are many conflicting reports that the number of migrant workers who died during construction related to the 2022 World Cup. This picture is a good picture. I like. That's why this is so like important to like have a way to visualize it. I don't want to say this is a lovely photo because like the subject about it, what the subject is about, is not lovely. It's not. It's just not. But I just really like seeing these photos and how they're just really like amazing. Quality of data is not good enough yet. Max Tunon, head of the ILO's Qatar office, told ESPN. System for harmonizing the collection and analysis of data is under development. Right now, Qatari... let me sort this out. Qatari ministries, maybe? I don't know. Ministries of Public Health, Labor, Interior, all have their own way of defining what is an occupational injury and what is an occupational death. Of that wide figure of 15,021, thousands of deaths have been attributed to cardiac arrest or natural causes. HRW, Amnesty International, and several other campaign groups are handling thousands of cases in which families of disabled migrant workers believe the cause of death has been deliberately misclassified to avoid any acknowledgement of wrongdoing and resulting compensation. We may never know the true number, as it is impossible to retroactively investigate deaths that have occurred over the past decade, said Tunon. Going forward, there needs to be more investigations into deaths that may in fact be work-related. If a worker dies in his sleep and is otherwise seemingly healthy, there should be an investigation to look into the conditions of work. But it would be very difficult to go back to retroactively do it. If a certificate states natural or cardiac arrest as cause of death, it would be very difficult to go back 10 years and determine that in fact the death was work-related. That is true. So if those cases cannot definitely be solved, is there any way for those families to get compensation? I don't think so, said Tunon. I like Tunon. I don't know. Tunon, maybe. As the United Nations agency with a mandate to advance social and economic justice, the ILO opened a Doha office in opened a Doha office in 2018 is charged with responsibility of enabling Qatar to make and maintain the road reforms. And there have been reforms. The kafala system was a widely accepted practice in Qatar and throughout the Persian Gulf region. Flush with opportunities because of their oil and gas reserves combined with the mammoth construction tasks created by the World Cup, migrant workers flooded into Qatar, and each one required a sponsorship of the country. were not allowed to change jobs without a no objection certificate or leave Qatar without an exit permit from their sponsor. Workers seeking those opportunities would often rely on recruitment agents to secure these jobs at great cost, creating a debt they would have to pay off and send back money to support family. 2017 reforms agreed between Qatar and the ILO saw the government requirement for the NOC removed. Migrants now do not need an exit permit to leave. There is now a minimum wage, introduced in 2017, of 1,000 Qatari rials, $275 per month. The employer also has to allocate 500 QR, $137 per month, for accommodations, and 300 QR, $2 for food. The use of the high car system has been extended to families of workers so they can visit loved ones. New key protection laws have been introduced, meaning there is now no outdoor work between 10 a.m. and 3:30 p.m. from June 1st to September the 15th. The ILO says government data suggests 669,898 people changed jobs successfully between September 2020 and October 2023, while 364,053 applications were rejected. However, where these reforms constitute progress in principle, the reality is very different. Amnesty International stated last week that remedy and justice for hundreds of thousands of workers who suffered abuses linked to the tournament remain elusive, adding that from illegal recruitment fees to unpaid wages, migrant workers lost their money, health, and even their lives. FIFA and Qatar tried to deflect and deny responsibility. There's a huge backlog in labor courts as workers fight wage theft with companies accused of withholding some or all of their wages. The case can take years, and in the meantime, without any pay, many workers simply give up and go home. Various human rights campaigners told ESPN that employers have been known to confiscate workers' passports and bank cards. There are many more workers fearful of reporting issues because of retaliation from their employer. HRW and Fair Square told ESPN the companies rushed to file absconding card charges, which can lead to forced deportation from minimal evidence. This is a really good photo too. What is this on my screen? What in the world? Has this been here the whole time? I don't know. I can't really it's kind of hard to move to have the picture. Many migrant workers in Qatar still face poor treatment in Qatar, even after labor reforms brought in for the World Cup, taken by Matthew Ashton. It's another really good photo too. It's like a look into workers' lives. Work. Yeah. It's like them while working. And these are important to grab to see, to have that perspective. That's why one of the many reasons why I admire photojournalism, though I like sports, but I'm not sure. I mean, I don't really do. I don't think I want to be a journalist anymore. But I do sort of have more admiration for the work than, a lot of people, because a lot of people are mad, can easily get mad at journalists, especially in the sports world. I'm not sure about that. I really like taking photos. Anything else I'm not entirely sure about right now. But of course, this series like these are sort of shaping me more and more to like journalism, because this is so much in depth, so much depth into these issues. Not these issues, but just issues around the world that would not be known same without these people's work. ESPN's both two migrant workers, both from Nepal, named here as Worker A and Worker B to protect anonymity. Worker A has a job in construction as a safety supervisor with son and daughter back in Nepal. He said, "We filed a case with the Labor Department. They handed the case to the Supreme Court. They paid 50% of our money. The remaining money we still don't have. The case took 2 years. I had some college. I stayed with them. Some people paid my house, rent, food. It's very difficult. I have to support my family, and for 2 years I cannot." Worker B is a retail department manager with mother, wife, and daughter to support. He said the process of changing jobs still effectively requires an NOC because there's a notice process where your current sponsor has to approve the process of leaving by getting a stamp and a signature from your sponsor or company they work for. It aligns further issues with payment overtime, which is often delayed or reduced unfairly, and issues of discrimination. There's a difference in the salaries. I have the position of department manager. There's another department manager from the UK who's getting almost double the salary of mine. We have similar responsibilities. If we hold any of the Arab passports, salary is different. The payment is based on passport and not job description. And there is discrimination in the physical work. When managers are defining tasks, people from India, Philippines, or Nepal, they are the ones asked to perform the physical task. Multiple sources in Qatar speak of ongoing resistance to the capital reforms, or implementation of the changes in Ministry of Labor's and laws, a failure to offer a clear and swift path to justice. The Supreme Court is now down to minimal staff numbers, while Sheikha Najwa Al-Thani from the country's ruling family has left her role there to run the MLO. Sources say the MLO has undergone a restructuring with new safety and health departments created, but frustrations continue. The spokesperson for the Supreme Committee told ESPN, "Since construction began on FIFA World Cup 2022 infrastructure in 2014, the SC's commitment to ensuring the health, safety, and dignity of all workers employed on our projects has remained steadfast. Our commitment to workers' welfare has resulted in significant improvements in accommodation standards, health and safety regulations, grievance mechanisms, healthcare provision, and reimbursements of illegal recruitment fees to workers. The SC contractually obliges our contractors to maintain workmen's compensation and life insurance in respect of work-related accidents. In the case of non-work-related deaths, the SC ensures our contractors pay final salaries and service benefits, as per Qatari law, within 3 weeks, working with the relevant embassies to expedite payment. Furthermore, we have worked with contractors to reimburse over $25.5 million, of which $23 million has been reimbursed to date, our recruitment fees to 50,000 workers. We have also established the first workers' forums in Qatar, which are a model that is now being rolled nationally, with 72 joint committees giving a voice to 50,000 employees. The MLO declined repeating requests for an interview, but Qatar's International Media Office told ESPN, "The commitment to strengthen Qatar's labor system and safeguard workers' rights was never an initiative tied to the World Cup. It was always intended to continue long after the tournament end. The positive impact of Qatar's labor reforms is evidence for all to see. The region's first non-discriminatory Sorry, I had to burp. It's region's first non-discriminatory minimum wage, 97% of all salaries protected through the wage protection system, removal barriers to change jobs, a simplified complaints mechanism and easier access to justice, stricter enforcement, including crackdown on payment of all illegal recruitment fees, increased awareness of workers' rights, region-leading health safety standards on site and accommodations, and regular health screenings to identify underlying conditions." In October 2018, the Workers' Support and Insurance Fund was established with the aim of securing workers' financial payments eroded by labor dispute settlement committees when a company becomes insolvent and is unable to pay workers. To date, more than 630 million, over 2.3 billion QR, has been paid out to workers through the fund. Speaking on the condition of anonymity, a source with knowledge of the battle for union representation in Qatar said, "The figure may be true, but given the backlog in the courts, imagine the true scale of the problem given the thousands and thousands of people still waiting for justice." The WSIF and the ILO are discussing a potential to hold an international conference on wage protection in Doha, 2024. The process for filing an absconding charge now requires more information from employers. But human rights campaigners argue that the ILO has not done enough to help resolve these many problems, and has published misleading government data masking the extent of the issues and failed to make sufficient progress in building capacity to process cases. Some people assume we are a non-governmental organization, told ESPN. We're not. We're an international organization, and the government is our constituent. Let me make sure I understand this word, constituent. Maybe it means the second sense of it, the Merriam-Webster, an essential part of government. I mean, where's the? Some assume we're not governmental organization. We're an international organization. The government is our constituent. Wait, what is a constituency? Wait, it's probably not sense 2, it's probably sense 1, so understand what is consistent. What does this mean? Maybe I do need a simple definition. Let me read this. Oh, okay, wait. So reading this makes it make more sense for me. So some people assume we're not governmental. We're not. We're an international organization. Government is our constituent. Our job is to support our constituents in implementing national legislation in line with international labor standards. So, yeah, he explains it here. It is not our role to criticize the government or to provide cover for them. Our job is to provide technical assistance on the ground and call it as we see it. We see genuine commitment since the arrival of 2018 until now to work on these issues. If we start to impose everything without consideration of the national context, it is not going to be sustainable. You will get to the point where there is extreme pushback and everything collapses. There will be more critical actors who say, "We tried, but the international community will never be happy, so let's just keep things as they were." We are in a privileged position. On one hand, we see cases from workers that highlight the range of challenges, including workers who have not been paid for several months. But on the other hand, we engage with the government on a daily basis, and we see the progress being made. Progress is incremental, but it shows us things are moving in the right direction, and that's what motivates us. FIFA and the human rights campaigners had been pushing for a migrant workers center in Doha prior to the tournament as a safe space for complainants to raise issues and have them processed effectively. It has not yet been built, and sources have told ESPN the Qatari government currently has no intentions of doing so. One source involved in the discussions said the talks never even got as far as identifying a possible site. Infantino announced a labor excellence hub at his World Cup proposal news conference. Multiple sources involved discussions to further labor reforms in Qatar told ESPN that Infantino surprised them with this announcement. No tangible progress has been made. Infantino also announced a FIFA legacy fund and invited countries to pay into it in return for a say in where the money would go. ESPN asked FIFA to clarify its position on the lack of a migrant workers center, offer details of how much has been paid out of the fund and where that money went. FIFA did not reply to these questions. There has been no compensation for the migrant worker families who lost relatives, said Rollie. We have cases where families of workers who died can show paperwork proving their loved ones died on the worksite. They should be compensated. The compensation would be a life-changing $25,000 to $30,000 per family. But the Qataris say it's blood money and they won't pay. The Migrant Workers Center was always a big lie. They don't want it, and too many other nations are willing to believe it would be set up despite no evidence to legitimize the World Cup going there. FIFA has hired consultants to prepare a report on the remedy for deaths, but it is not designed to lead the families getting paid. It is designed to educate the leaders of FIFA. So, shockingly, the only people who got compensation are actually highly paid consultants for FIFA on remedy. FIFA did not address a specific question about the lack of compensation for migrant work deaths, but a spokesperson told ESPN, Human Rights and Social Responsibility Subcommittee is undertaking to conduct an independent assessment on whether the steps FIFA has taken to date with regard to accessibility of workers in the context of FIFA World Cup 2020. Oh my goodness. Mouthful. I forgot to read ahead. Our line with FIFA's human rights commitments, responsibilities, and relevant international standards and additional steps will be recommended in view of further strengthening the tournament's legacy for migrant workers. The work of this subcommittee is currently ongoing. Sources in Qatar suggest the total population has dropped from 3 million during the tournament to around 2.2 now as many workers leave. Projects have slowed despite the Formula 1 Grand Prix, Expo 2023, and the Asian Cup all taking place over the course of several months in 2022 and into 2024. The number of Qataris in the country stands at approximately 300,000, meaning the migrants to around 1.9 million, and the resistance to avoid unionizing the vast majority of the population effectively remains, especially if countries feel the squeeze over lack of growth. Worker told ESPN, wage theft is increasing. The amount of unemployment is increasing because people are still here, but the fewer projects are all over. Cases of worker problems are increasing. Now, the international focus has been away from Qatar, but the amount of cases are increasing day by day. This is the time we need more focus. President Infantino sat with Saudi Crown Prince Mohammed bin Salman during the opening ceremony of the 2022 World Cup. The future. The Middle East will host another World Cup in 2024 after Saudi Arabia was confirmed as the sole bidder in an announcement that took many by surprise last month. Barely a year after the human rights catastrophes of the 2022 World Cup, FIFA has failed to learn the lesson that running multi-billion-dollar events without due diligence and transparency can risk corruption and major human rights abuses, said Warden. Saudi Arabia has a similar climate, but more than 6 times the number of migrant workers, raising fears that the abuses suffered in Qatar could be repeated. Furthermore, the country's human rights record appalls campaigners who cite mass executions, oppression of women's rights, torture, and imprisonment of the regime's critics. The infrastructure project at hand is daunting. FIFA's bidding documents say 14 stadiums are needed to host the 48-team tournament. And Infantino said considering raising it to 64. And an estimated 13.4 million migrant workers. Million. I'm have so much weight here. I forgot. I could just read over that. I mean, it's crazy how much can be is symbolized with a small letter over here, lowercase letter, not even an uppercase M, or the word million. Will be required in construction or other low-wage service sector jobs, few human rights protections, according to Human Rights Watch. Saudi Arabia does not even have a full train network, linking the country's 7 major cities. Sources Qatar suggest preliminary talks have taken place over spreading out the games beyond Saudi Arabia, although they added there were discussions about games of the 2022 World Cup being played in other countries, only for that idea to quickly fizzle out. I mean, they did do, of course this year, I mean, you probably know, this year's World Cup took place in 3 countries. The most of the matches they ever played in the US. There were only like 1 or 2 stadiums, like 1 or 2 stadiums in Canada and 1 or 2 stadiums in Mexico. I do wonder what they're going to do for the 2030 World Cup. They better not do the Uruguay and Iberia, and it's not even the Arabian Peninsula. It's like Spain, Morocco, and Uruguay. I don't think there's no way they're going to do that. I think they're probably going to. I don't know. Is that like a real thing? I'm not even. What in the world? What is this? What am I talking about? Oh, let me search this up. I just showed up 23-30 World Cup hosts. Morocco, Portugal, and Spain. Why was I thinking Uruguay? What in the world? That was like the most ridiculous thing ever. It's like something I heard. Probably like troll football. Just being, I don't know. What is this? Why is Infantino here? Like Infantino in front of these other countries. Get information on all hosts who are qualified. 3 centenary celebration matches. What? Wait, so because of wait, I mean, at least Paraguay is getting an automatic bid. Paraguay's cool. But I don't know what, but I mean, cool as a country, that they're a smaller country than South Africa. But because of this, they're gonna automatically qualify. But they're gonna have 3 matches here, so I wonder what matches those will be. Centenary celebration matches to be held. These countries. Women of the acclamation of hosts of the 2030-2024. There's the 3rd waiting process initiated in 2023. Why? I mean, okay, so celebration, social, evaluate 3 matches of the group of those like group stage games. Maybe this will be like the finals, like the final couple of games, like maybe. Well, bronze and final are 2. So what? I mean, I'm not sure if it will be those 3. Maybe the final will be played in Uruguay or something. It's kind of jarring to have those so far away. Okay, wait. It says here, I think. Wait, what? Wait, okay, let me read this. So, I just say that because I've seen these guys mentioned more than once. Centenary celebration ceremony. The first matches of Uruguay and Montevideo, Argentina at home and Paraguay at home. Oh, so I guess this will be like a separate thing, I suppose. And then I guess I'm just gonna go. First match. Albany ceremony, open games. I guess they should probably just go to Europe and Morocco. First matches of the other teams of the groups of Uruguay, Argentina, and Paraguay. Second matches of all teams of groups of Uruguay, Argentina, and Paraguay. Oh wait, and then there's a big gap. There's probably gonna be a lot. Maybe this is like. Wait, so match schedule of 2030 will be uniquely adapted to provide historic great days. Test schedule will be approximately 11 or 12 days for travel, and it's before the second game of the 6 teams playing in South America. Approximately 5 or 6 days of travel, and maybe 6 group opponents, all other participating teams. Okay. That's kind of weird. So, where am I? Okay, the future. Where am I? Where was I? Oh, here. So around here. Sources have also told ESPN that's. Okay, wait. About this. I wouldn't be surprised if they do something about this because of money. Just briefly, 16 thing. Random straight thought. But I don't know where they would go. So Saudi Arabia, maybe like Qatar, Bahrain, maybe. The thing is, you'd have to have a World Cup stadium there, around like in wherever you World Cup state of the art stadium, wherever you want to play these games. So if they were to move it, then wherever else would they go? They'd probably have Qatar in there. Maybe Iran. Does Iran have World Cup quality? They could. But I don't know if they want to go in Iran, just because like geopolitical things. And Tino loves the United States, so I don't know. I don't know. And the thing is, I'm not sure if Iran would even want that. Just talking stuff. Where am I? Sources have also told that some of the contractors, diplomats, and infrastructure experts using Qatar has been engaged by Saudi Arabia. Qatar Airways is in dialogue and being common with our lead airline partners. We're very, very happy to see our brothers from Saudi Arabia hosting the biggest sporting event in the world. Abbasi told ESPN, makes us proud because we have been able to inspire Saudi Arabia and other countries to deliver such an event. Certainly never came to the region. It's very good to open that door for Saudi Arabia, as well as Morocco, together with Spain and Portugal, with 3 nations co-hosting in 2030. We saw the World Cup of 2022 as an Arab World Cup, one cup for the whole region. We see the same for 2034. I still believe that Qatar has been treated unfairly for the 12 years prior to the World Cup. For those who are lucky enough to come to the World Cup and to witness Qatar is the way it is. It is a beautiful country with nice people. It is a modern, conservative country. Those people have seen that we have been treated unfairly. In a lot of eyes, there are double standards in the world media. The Saudi public has stolen Qatar's surrender in adopting a money no object approach to signing, including Ronaldo, Neymar, and Karim Benzema. It was a mythology that the Qataris. That is kind of weird to say. I'm not sure if it's right because I don't want to. I know the pronunciation of doing throughout the article, I think is like preferred and like maybe closer to this way to say it in the country itself, in the Arab world maybe. I'm not very sure about plurals and demonstratives and stuff, so maybe I should just leave it. I had the whole article to think about that. I said I'd think about it earlier, and I said I'd go back to random things. Medals that followed in 2003, each club is given 10 million to sign top star. Mario, Pep Guardiola, and Gabriel Batistuta were among the arrivals. Ribasi said, "At the QSL, we deliver high-intensity, better football entertainment. Thus, our main objective is not recognition. Our priorities are high-quality football, competitive balance, and enhanced fan experience. If we want the world's attention, it makes sense to bring in the names, take the approach that brings you the attention as fast as possible. Maybe that was one of our objectives back in 2003, but the league's approach has always adapted to the ever-changing objectives. The objective this year is not that. It's to have the strongest possible league that can have fair value. I cannot tell you if something changes tomorrow or in 5 seasons, but today this is our objective. There is no right and wrong. As a football institution, FIFA cannot be expected to act as the ultimate arbiter in a country's political or social issues. But when awarding its biggest prize to any nation, it is inherently legitimizing and endorsing conditions in that country. This is why human rights campaigners fear that it has failed to form due process in awarding the 2034 tournament to Saudi Arabia. When it has become clear is that there are plenty of lessons from the Qatar World Cup, many that are still to be learned 1 year on. James Ollie wrote this. What is this? Why is there baseball here? What? What in the world is this? Ignore that. What a great article. This is like the longest article I think I've ever read. I mean, of course, there's like essays and stuff that have like been read for journalists, but pure like maybe it's like closer to article. It's great. It really goes in depth into it, and I think this is just like stuff like this is just amazing. Cause like, of course, in an alternative world, journalism could be like just like focusing on what spokespeople and like sources who clearly have like bias, only focusing on one side of the story is really like the mainstream approach of what these journal outlets do, and I mean this probably happens a lot. Maybe like I don't know. I don't know what the New York Post is doing. I don't even remember them for like their really weird headlines and posts on Twitter and social medias and stuff. But like, it's really like great that I mean both sides are included too. I do feel that is important, but especially like sides from like more like per people who are in like normal circle, like quote unquote normal, like it's like more like everyday, like people you can like talk to on the street, like humans in New York, kind of thing. Like we're creating, we're being. These people, including the higher ups, but also people who have actually gone through what is the subject is, and sort of like to like have that point of view, because otherwise like sort of like one side is obviously one, they probably, especially for like higher ups in political positions or even like organizations, they like probably just have never experienced the physical labor, or on the other side of it, like the loss of family that had been working on this, on the FIFA, on the stadiums. There's just like no way to experience that, because I mean, one, it's gone, and two, probably would have never done that anyway. Just like big tech, like Steve Jobs would never let his children go to public school, because I mean, they know it's like suffering from like, it's not that public school itself is bad unless like we avoid it. We should want to avoid it. It's because like many like systemic issues with it, and I mean, instead of like sort of like, and so like Steve Jobs will make sure that his kids get like better education. Like maybe the better comparison is like, I don't know who's, let me research this, because like you remember like people talking about like how maybe like Steve Jobs or maybe Bill Gates doesn't let children use like Windows laptops or iPhone. No, it has to be iPhones, right? Something about iPhones. But who's the CEO? Tim Cook? Is it yeah, Tim Cook. Children maybe? Like what is it? Does Tim Cook have children? Has no biological children? Tim Cook won't allow his nephew on social media? Maybe this is what I'm thinking of. Or wait, Bill Gates. Wait, maybe like, let me see, what should I, like, what is the search I should use for this big tech, like, CEO children not allowed on technology? So like, kind of weird. Yeah, okay. Peter Thiel, yeah. These big names. Peter Thiel and other big tech billionaires were publicly shielding children from products that made them rich. See? Well, okay, I just shouldn't really like, this is really a C moment, because this is like, that's how you put yourself in a vacuum, and sort of like, you reinforce that way of thought that many of our brothers and sisters and siblings of the world have fallen victim to, and that's why so many people are angry at child nowadays. But despite building an increasingly screen-focused world, billionaire tech leaders are keeping their own children away from the tech they helped to create. As far back as 2010, Apple co-founder Steve Jobs told the New York Times reporter his kids had never used an iPad, and that limit how much technology our kids use at home. Since then, the trend of Silicon Valley billionaires keeping their families away from technology has become even more pronounced, thanks in part to the rise of social media and short-term video. Excessive device among children has grown more common in recent years, as these parents turn to screens to find some peace. The trend has accelerated so much that some young children accustomed to excessive screen time are dubbed iPad kids. On average, children in the US from ages 8 to 18 spend 7.5 hours per day watching or using screens, according to the AAC. I was trying to come up with an acronym, but let me just say this. According to the study here, is that a study? Hopefully this probably won't do anything, but this isn't loading. Go on archive.org. Go on the Wayback Machine to check this out. Maybe the internet's just slow, I don't know. It won't work. Oh, wait. Something just happened. Skill like 2024. Let's click on June. No, let's go July 18th, 2024. It's an ASPX file. I'm not sure what that is. It's like a PowerPoint or something. So I'm just gonna wait for it to load. How long have I been on this? Oh my gosh. Oh dear, I just realized I've been on this for 3.5 hours. Just waiting, here's something. Screen time in children. I mean, maybe this is old, but I'm not sure. Yeah, I'm not sure. Maybe I should have waited, but I'm just, I don't know. Children and adolescents spend a lot of time watching screens, including smartphones, tablets, gaming consoles, PCs, TVs, and computers. On average, children aged 8 to 12 spend 4 to 6 hours per day watching or using screens. Teens spend up to 9 hours. This is like 6 to 4 per day. If you count for sleep, like, so like 16, 74 minutes, 8. Just the amount of time that children should be spending. I mean, sleeping. Move it down to like 6 maybe. So 18. That's like up to a third of a day and up to half of a day for teens on screen time. And screens can entertain, teach, and keep children occupied. Too much use may lead to problems. Oh, this is like a what? The basic like article or thing about this. So here's symptoms. Oh wait, no, these are exposed to these things. It's true. Advertising aimed at your child. Yes. Very predatory. I mean, I do. No, it's like the fact that this is kind of just weird. The very existence of this, and so see all this too. Too much screen time, mainly too. And these are symptoms. Sleep problems, whatever. Managing stress-free time. It's challenging. To be challenging with adults. Gradually turn off all screens or family meals and outings. When using screens as pacifiers, babysitters, or just stop tantrums, drop screens, remove them from bedrooms, 30 to 60 minutes before bedtime. Screens are here to stay and offer many positives. Never too early to develop screen time. This is more tips. It's not really like helpful for the article, but it's cool to see. Okay, so where am I? Right here. Average. This is like different from the figure on the article. What is this? Like, wait, this is different from what I read. Wait, okay, wait, and then maybe this is just like an average between the two numbers, like 9, 9, 6, 15, 7.5, right? Maybe they like got the top number, and then like top number for 8 to 12, and then teens, the average number is only one number, so 9 plus 6 over is 15 over 2 is 7.5. So they like, I mean, the thing about this is something important to understand about like journalism articles is that sometimes like statistics can be misconstrued or miscommunicated, and thus it's important to also make sure, like when the off chance you're reading articles that mention stats, you understand where this come from, this number figure. comes from. That, of course, this was not in the art in the what I just read, but now I sort of understand why this is here. And I mean, this is a fair figure, honestly, but just for the future, and it's not, it doesn't seem so fair, or maybe you just don't know. Because I mean, I can say this is fair because of course we all, most people nowadays are addicted to their screens, to screens, many screens that. I mean, not only are addicted because of their how cool they are, but also because they have been like just like injected into our lives, like as I mentioned yesterday. Like, I'm not sure what the word is. Like, they like drive, like, I'm not sure. Like, it's gonna be get gruesome image, but like claws into our brain. It's kind of like how technology has been designed to like just be in our lives as much as it can. Facebook co-founder Steve Chen said at a talk at the Stanford Graduate School of Business last year, the world wants kids to make only short-form content, meaning it might be better to limit kids to videos longer than 15 minutes. Short-form content equals shorter attention spans. Yeah, what the heck? I mean, what the heck? It's like, two people are part of like that change in society to like favoring shorter and shorter content, and yet, I mean, obviously, you know, because these guys are not dumb. So obviously not dumb. I mean, these are the people behind the most revolutionary platforms of our time, maybe ever, because like, I mean, there's never been a better time to talk to millions and millions of people, billions of people, just like moving of fingertips, ever since the invention of social media. At the 2024 Aspen Ideas Festival, early Facebook investor, there's articles here too, it's said, and you can attribute it to other sources that come before this, sort of like paraphrasing it here, smaller like articles, condense it to here, sort of like go down a world, what is it, a rabbit hole of information. So, but this rabbit hole makes sense because you just go back to like curated things that the article talks about. At this festival, early Facebook investor, billionaire Peter Thiel joined Chen among the ranks of tech leaders who are setting strict limits on screens. Thiel said, "What is this? What is this? Leave video on screen time for kids. If you ask executive stuff." Let me pause the video. Oh my gosh! What? What just happened? How would I let me pause the video? And I take it out with picture. Elon Musk, you suck. Oh my gosh. I clicked the video and it starts autoplaying automatically, but I can't even unmute it. Actually, well, I'm not sure if I can't unmute it, but like I try to go take it out of the little like screen to picture mode, and it automatically refreshes the page when I do that. Elon Musk, you're a terrible person. That's what I know. Already know. Have known for years and years. Let's keep reading. Thiel said he lets his 2 young children use screens for only an hour and a half per week. A legend that prompted audible gasps from, yeah. I mean, it surprises me too. Because of course that seems very drastic for most people. And honestly, I mean, if I part of the thing I'm passionate about not a lot of things. Maybe it's more like I think about these things a lot. This car centricity of our society, at least American society, is kind of like part of why our youth are so drawn to screens because you can't really do stuff outside. Because I mean, of course, you can play sports. Like I like to play sports outside, but like if you want to go to a park, then you gotta ask your parents. And if you don't have that, then of course there's like basketball. I mean, not necessarily basketball, like other sports that people can play. Like, of course, you can play soccer. Soccer you can play anywhere. So you have a fence. But even then, you got like parents, like angry people. Sometimes, like there's like a possibility for people to like, get mad at children playing on the street, even though like that's like important for them to for our youth to be able to like learn developmental skills. And not only that, but there's just like certain sports. Like I want to play baseball. Like I want to keep practicing pitching or even batting, but like there's always the possibility of like if batting and I have someone throw it to me, I just like accidentally nuke it into like someone's house, like I have done multiple times, or in the backyard, and I can't retrieve it. So I think it has happened a number of times, which has really been annoying. But like pitching, there's even less opportunities that I've sort of realized recently, because there's no like wall to throw it at, and the fences are like only like half my height. So if I throw it even once like over the fence accidentally, because of course I throw hard because I gotta practice doing that as well. And I'm bad with control, so if I throw it over the fence, I'm gonna have to like do something about it. Maybe like ask the people, God forbid, or like jump over the fence myself, God forbid, and risk the dog or getting in trouble with them. It's like, all I deal with that, I can just get on the internet and like rot my brain. Of course I don't think like that, but many other people do, and they don't even think that rot my brain. It's just like this is a normal part of my life. And like, of course, like a big thing about this is that though, of course, Peter Thiel, high income billionaire, he can afford to do this and to enforce this habit, and probably do a lot more things with his children. Even like just like give them more things to do in the house. I have no idea how parents parent nowadays, including billionaires, but then like for example my parents do, because I mean only one. I probably shouldn't go into detail about this, but I mean my parents most of the day they're at home, and of course there's the one worker, but the other one just like stay at home because like I mean even like of course probably I mean billionaires can't afford to just like go anywhere anytime. You're probably not doing that, all of them not at least, but I mean they can probably do that, but for it it's probably not very sustainable. I mean unless the riches they inherit some of that, which probably will for children. But like for I mean there are people you don't really have that. Gadgets are come by, and the best option for entertainment is if you don't like sports or doing or like creative things, and you don't really have any like set project or thing that you're working towards other than like it's like the screen, social media. Sort of contributes to the materialism of our society as well. Through the licensing system that sort of incentivize on there. Like, of course, not everyone creates content on there, but in all ways, you're a consumer. Sort of a scary word to say out loud, consumer. But most of us, most of the people, brothers and sisters in our country and really our world, as people are getting integrated into technology, are becoming consumers, and mostly consumers. in the vast world and streams of technology. And oh wait, and then about this, like, cause like you're sort of like with lower income people, income families, there's not really ability to afford places to go to, or even gas. Sometimes you have to like ration gas throughout the week to like make sure the working workers get to work safely with enough gas. And because of that, the screen is the most available, most consistent form of entertainment there is. Before it was television, now it's before, and then there's computers. I mean, now it's both computers and screens in general, especially the phone. Sort of like this. I mean, it's definitely, you're able to definitely like do this, but for a lot of people, because it's all they know, they don't really see this as sustainable. Only an hour and a half per week. We can definitely do that. You just have to move away from like consumerism, which I definitely haven't done. I mean, I create some things, but I'm definitely not immune to this here. This first time I'm drinking water in like 3 hours. Other tech CEOs, including Bill Gates, Snap's Even Spiegel, Tesla's Elon Musk, have also spoken about limiting their children's access to devices. Gates has said he did not give his children smartphones until the age of 14. Gates has said he did not give his children smartphones until the age of 14, banned phones that didn't travel entirely. Snap CEO Spiegel 2018 says he limits his children to the same 1.5 hours per week of screen time as Steele. And finally, Musk, about the social media company the Everything app, X, formerly Twitter, 2022, said it might have been a mistake to not set any rules on social media for his children. Is he saying this because of Vivian? He's such a freaking loser. Freaking dead. He's not probably not. I'm not sure if deadbeat dad is the right thing, but terrible. Just terrible guy. TikTok CEO0o0o0o0o0o once said his own children were too young to use TikTok. Clarified in 2023 that his children lived in the US. Wait. Well, yeah. Jim News had access to rigorous protections associated with platforms under 13 settings. He would let them use the app. He said even an 8-year-old could use TikTok, the platform, in the under 13 experience, which, among other protections, includes vetted content, no access to posting, and no advertisements. Scientific research backs up their parenting instincts. 2035 study, nearly 100,000 people found that short-term videos was consistently associated with poor cognition and a decline in many aspects of mental health across both younger and older social media viewers. I forgot to mention, this is happening to everyone. I mean, this is the thing that's being found, I mean, not found, but not about the study, but generally, like, addiction to social media is everywhere, and I kind of feel sad seeing adults being addicted to social media, like, more so than my peers. Because, I mean, for us, kids are going to be dumb. But adults, and I mean, a lot of us are obviously really dumb. So we've realized that as we've grown up. That adults are, though they have experience, they are obviously not immune to being dumb as well. But, like, so it makes me sad to see them, like, my parents or my grandparents are on their phones, just like, while having the TV on. And I don't need to either, but like, I mean, recently I've been trying to like cut back on that, because I don't really need the TV on most of the day, so I'm really not on it. I'm not really like watching anything on the TV. I don't know what I'm doing this time. I'm just doing dumb stuff, but I'm not using the TV, so why would I have it on? Especially playing something. This makes me sad. So, I'm addicted to that. Social media backlash is growing as young people increasingly spend most of their waking moments online. I love this word. I think this word sometimes is kind of like interesting word. Waking moments online, especially in like a journalistic concept like having this word waking. It's like waking moments. This phrase like just interesting. It makes like interesting visualization of it. The backlash against social media, especially managers' use of social media, has reached a breaking point. In the past year, Australia and Malaysia became the first countries to ban adolescents under 16 from using social media. And several other countries, including France, Denmark, and the United Kingdom, are considering similar legislation. Meanwhile, Zuckerberg took a stand earlier this week to defend his company against claims from a 20-year-old plaintiff that the social media giant built its platform to hook young children. And yet, far from being a new phenomenon, the idea that social media is harmful for young people has been around for years. Still, its tech leaders who created the attention economy have been most attentive to this fact, so obviously they're not dumb. To be sure, several social media CEOs have publicly pushed back on claims that their platforms are harmful. Instagram chief Adam Mosseri testified earlier this month in the trial that against his parent company Meta that overuse of social media does not constitute clinical addiction. Meta's lawyers during the trial also outlined a range of safety features Instagram has introduced for what? Meta's lawyers during the trial also outlined a range of safety features Instagram introduced for younger viewers. Users. Oh, I was thinking that. I had like in the thought in my brain, I was thinking about streaming there. Meta's lawyers during the trial. Safety. Okay. Instagram is introduced for younger users, including limits on visibility of adult content and muted notifications at night. I've seen like ads about this, like ads for like there's like this ad that I remember. There's probably like aired others. I mean, they don't really. I'm not sure if they really air commercials. Like they just like make them and put them on YouTube and social media platforms. Of course they do, because those are a place where most people are gonna see them. So, just like three like teen girls, like it's like in the back of the second row of a car, probably an SUV, like a minivan or something. It's like a whole other conversation with that. Just don't get on the tangents. But it's like watching like the girl in the middle's phone. It's like they have the or I mean it might have been one girl, I don't remember, but it's like they're on Instagram, but they have the like restrictions on, so it's okay. Like, it's better, and you should use our service. It's very lovely for young users now. It's much better. No, the whole idea of it is still not good. Yeah, as trials against social media. Well, I mean, it's not the idea; it's the execution of it, rather. But even then, like, I don't know. I've been thinking about this a little bit lately, like that concept, the entire concept of social media. Like, I'm fine with online messaging stuff. That's one thing. It's completely different. Like a step towards that. But like an invisible puppeteer that is the algorithm that pushes posts to all kinds of people. The entire idea of that itself is kind of weird. So you don't really have any control of who views your stuff, and no really idea of how to like really like be yourself without like be yourself like properly with the the tuning of other people's like people that you can trust feedback maybe, if that makes sense. As the trials against social media companies continue, country after country moves toward legislating, the Silicon Valley billionaires have quietly practiced for years. Private behavior of the world's most powerful tech figures stand in contrast to what they're promoting and building. Marco Quiros Gutierrez. Thank you for writing this. Gotta like remember there are people behind these, not just AI. I mean, of course, you don't think of AI when you're. I mean, nowadays there are a lot of AI generated content, of course. Gotta remember the people who make this stuff, because human hands are important, and it's lovely to be recognized for this stuff. What is this? Feeds, feelings of focus, review, mental analysis. Examining the mental health and correlates of short-term videos. Where's the abstract? So, the resurgence of short-form videos, SFVs, popularized by TikTok and Douyin, has transformed social media platforms, features like Instagram Reels and YouTube Shorts, fostering. What is this? Ooh, wait, that's cool. Like they have like definitions, built-in definitions here. I mean, I know what this word means, but fostering the widespread adoption. It's cool. I really like this. This website's cool. Oh, this is the APA.org. Maybe that's why. I mean, the whole idea of this is cool. Like, you have a lot of websites that do this. I mean, not all of them have to. You gotta, like, go out there and find out what they mean, what words mean for yourself. But, so this is really cool. Although initially geared towards entertainment, SFVs are increasingly used in education, political campaigns, advertising, and consumerism. Yet their design, characterized by endless scrolling interfaces, has raised concerns about addiction and negative health implications. Given the recent surge of studies on SFV apps, comprehensive synthesis is needed to clarify how SFV relates to different health indicators. Now like this, put some systematic review, meta-analytic investigation, combines data from 98,299 participants across 7 million studies. Increased SFV use was associated with poor cognition, mean effect size, articles -34, and a meta-analysis, measure of the average effect size across multiple studies. For example, an investigator is analyzing several studies assessing a new treatment We turn the mean effect size, it's called MES, calculating the average standardized difference between treatment and control groups over all of the studies. Calculations of I'm trying to remember. See, I don't think this is a z-score. Calculations of mean effect size and take variance probability into account by assigning different weights into the values derived from different studies. Study of a large sample, for instance, or one that uses more precise measurement techniques, may be rated to have a greater impact in determining mean effect size. Okay. Programmation with attention. An inhibitory control yielding the strongest associations. Oh, okay. So, attention, inhibitory control. What is inhibitory? I'll look this up on my phone. Prohibited from doing something, so like self-control. Yielding the strongest associations. Similarly, increased SLV use was associated with poor mental health. Weak mean effect size. R equals -21 of stress, R equals -34, and anxiety. With stress and anxiety showing strong associations. These findings were consistent across youth and adult samples and across different SFV platforms. Relatively few studies examined cognitive domains. See Bloom's taxonomy. Let me see if I can examine cognitive domains beyond attention and inhibitory control. You can see this, like different other parts of the thing that make our brains characteristics maybe? Hiding critical directions for future research. I think it's a sense of critique. Or maybe essential. Thorough and partial regulation. Decision necessary. Secret. Yeah, okay. Interestingly, SFV use was not associated with body image or self-esteem, which may reflect the diverse content and creators featured on these platforms. This is interesting. I mean, this is interesting. So it's just a good thing, right? Further research therefore needs to clarify how different types. Oh wait, is it a good thing? Because let me read this. Further research therefore needed to clarify how different types of content exposure may shape these associations. Maybe not associated just means something numerically, so maybe this doesn't really have any conclusions to be drawn. Probably. To me it's not a good thing. Maybe it's a nothing thing, nothing burger. Overall, these findings highlight the importance of understanding the broader health implications of SFVs. Given its pervasive role in daily life, it's a very important word to describe it, and it's chokehold that it has over everyone's life. In daily life, and potential to impact health, behavior, and well-being. By synthesizing current evidence, this study provides a critical foundation for future research to explore understudied health domains, for example, cognitive health, physical health, and offers insights to guide public discourse and development of research-informed approaches for promoting more balanced engagement with SFVs. Are there any graphs on here? There's tables, I think. Summary of mean effect sizes. What the heck? Do I have to download a... Oh wait, view larger image. Can I accept no cookies? 0 cookies. No. Stop. 0 cookies. I don't think I can do all cookies. I mean 0 cookies. Dang it, what did I just do? Stupid thing just like refresh my page. Bruh. Okay, so here's tables. So before reporting items for systematic reviews and analyses, for chart depicting study selection note. This down a little bit. So 4,803 records identified from database searching, duplicates removed, screen records, 17 full text articles assessed for eligibility, 46 total records excluded, no focus on SFE used, no relevant outcome, assessment. Oh wait, is this like a meta-analysis, like analysis of like lots of different records into one? So 7 studies included in review, 1 study not included in meta-analysis, no behavioral statistics, 70 studies, 120 effect studies included in meta-analysis. It's their process of items they used. Characteristics include studies. The majority of studies include this review conducted in Asia. This is interesting. So, I mean, is this, I mean, you could probably, like, block, like, not, like, divide the groups of these continents if you want to do that. I'm not sure. Because, I mean, there is, like, a significant proportion of the world's population in Asia, like, probably, like, a third, maybe even a half, around there. And this would be generalized, could be generalized to, like, the whole population of the world. But I mean, if you're looking into different countries, then maybe it's not the best, maybe, from my understanding. I don't know. I don't mean to be like smart or anything, because I'm not. I took AP stats, and like I'm sort of like encouraged even more to like look into stats now because of that class, even though it sucked. So it interests me to like look into the methodology of these, but I never really need to be an expert when it comes to things like this. I'm just like lonely, so I'm just talking to myself and trying to reason with this stuff, and it's kind of fun, regardless of whoever I'm talking to. As I said, like it's just fun to have the opportunity to post this like stuff on anywhere. So I'm glad I have the opportunity to. I guess blessed with the opportunity to make stuff on here rather than just consume all day. Maybe thought-provoking stuff on here, so it don't really matter. Well, I mean, it does matter a little bit. I mean, not a little bit, a lot, but at the end of the day, I don't know. Where's the next table? So let's get the next table. Okay, so this is what I was looking for. So the summary of MESs for cognitive and mental health correlates of SFE engagement. So I want to know what this is. P value, probability value, right? I'm not sure what K or R is. Oh, we don't know R. I think R is R. You learned that. So R in probability. I mean, I'm just open my phone. R value, not the R software. Correlation efficient. So, why is it negative? Oh, right. Right. So I forgot what R is. It's like based on like the models, that are sort of like estimates of like the equations that are behind these numbers. Like the higher the value is between either and, the stronger the correlation is. And I mean, of course, higher correlation is not definitively a good thing for research, because of course, even though I think this is true, like a model may have a high R, somewhat high R, like moderate R, but maybe a different line, like for example an LSRO, at least the regression line, which is basically just a straight line for a model, may have a somewhat high R, but it's not the entire like picture of it. Maybe like a different shaped line, like a parabola or a curved line, would be a better fit or something. I think I'm right about that, but I forgot it. So row effect size is it's like in two different categories. Is body image on here? Self-esteem, body image. Oh yeah, so I see. So it mentioned these two. I suppose like these low R's mean that, or I mean, makes them like. Wait, or maybe is it third row? P-values for self-esteem. Maybe they're talking about these. So P-values are like. I believe these are for significance tests, like seeing if let me see if I can remember this. Significance tests are like the lower value is, the more it matches a given like, or wait, the more like reasonable it is to wait, let me look this up. I have an idea in my brain of what it means, but it is better to consult a better source that can explain it better than me. So this discussion of p-values is viewed in the context of a hypothesis test. While the concepts can be extended to more complex models, a simple test is displayed for the sake of clarity is comprehension. In the realm of hypothesis testing, I'm not sure if I can be entirely sure. Oh, this is conference editable. P-tests can still be performed on conference editable. I just forgot. Wait. I'm not sure if we went into like R for consensual. I don't think this is necessary. Like it's for the model and it's for what this says. So wait. So you're like finding a hypothesis, like you're having a hypothesis. I think maybe like this is about like this, for example, the low p-value of tension maybe is something like let me see. So tension is significantly affected to a degree, like a degree defined by a number, by social short form content. And you can see here both by the very low p. In statistics studies, they can have pretty low p-values, like p thresholds. I think this might be the significance level, or alpha. Just basically like threshold you're willing to see if a hypothesis can be not denied, or like you can't really draw any conclusions from this, but like reject the hypothesis, which is called the null hypothesis. And along with the R value, you can see like the strength of that correlation is like sort of like more like confirmation that this is not a fluke. Like the results of this study were not flukes. And like a high value means that it could very well be a fluke, or it is like the thing is, you have to go into like distributions, like from like you're like testing against a population mean, or like you're not you of course you don't have a population mean. You're doing these studies to find something approaching population mean that could like represent it, could like be generalized to the population of the world, for example. Population mean, and you're like that there's distribution. That distribution itself exists, but you don't know what it is, so you're trying to find it. Or wait, and then like the thing about this value is it's trying to see how much of a distribution is like within another distribution that you're trying to find. Oh wait, so maybe the p-value, maybe the distribution is the control, and oh dear, I might not understand. I might not remember what I'm talking about. It's like a number to see if your study was a fluke or not. Or I mean, not like in fluke in that the results from the study could just be like one of many like values that are seen in the usual life, that these can be replicated. And low numbers mean that there is a measurable, like there's a significant difference statistically. I was supposed to say like statistically significant thing in this like the results of this that you should draw your attention to, that makes it known that, I mean not known, but is an indicator that there is meaning. I mean there's a correlation that is meaningful, I mean, not meaningful but significant here, that can be is like seen within these correlations, the strength of the correlations of the model set. I'm not sure what K means. What is K? So these are just whole numbers. K statistic. What? Minimum variance on estimate unbiased estimator of a cumulant. I'm not sure if I'm the distribution of secondary cases caused by an affected individual. Situation version of the small value K, the highest expression. It's not easy to estimate, as it requires detailed data on the size of an outbreak. Like, this is like epidemiology. I'm not sure if I should talk about this then. So I'm not sure. Wait. I don't like to skim through articles, but I'm doing this. So. For larger values of K, the distribution is concentrated around the mean value of R equals 3, so it was in this case, when individuals themselves have very similar potential for infection. For small values of K, the distribution is heavily skewed. Most individuals do not have the potential to pass on infection at all. So maybe it's like the higher the K is, the less skewed it is. So maybe like K is like K of 1 communicating here that this distribution is very skewed in terms of intensity for measuring the addiction, so like intensity of the content. And I mean I can assess, makes sense maybe if you think of that way, because of course as the V is very intense on the brain, and maybe this is what I was talking about then. This article is about. I can pull this up. Get this thing, okay. I'm distracted by the Tate brothers freaking article on my Popular Today page. They finally caught him. Apparently, this is really good. Lovely. Here, so that's what I'm talking about on the statistically insignificant blog. It's cool, like border around it. Please know that these are my opinions to do not necessarily reflect those of my employer. So English Polski. Are you Polish? Polska i suspendí. There's an I'm gonna try to read this for like a second. Ja kasi inni kraj Polska ma głęboki podziały ekonomiczne I wait, but kraj what? Oh no, I don't know. Sociologiczne była historia I polityka. Tak zwana ściana wyścignie obejmuje jaka środ I południowy środ ma tendency do, this probably means tendency, do psia bardziej conservative, maybe this means conservative, jak I słabsza economicsy, Reback, what the hell? Why is there W? 2019 ta się polski głosowała swój napis PIS Polish. What's this graph? Proceed napis with I mean, like projected maybe. Where's Warsaw? Is Warsaw around here? Maybe this is population, and maybe this means data. Yes, what with Stu. What am I doing? It's late. I wanted to make some macaroni and cheese again. I mean, I'm not trying to make fun of Poland or anything. I'm just trying to. I don't know what I'm doing. This is fun, I guess. Just reading it, trying to read other languages and with no knowledge. It's cool. Polish language is cool. Podobnie jest with. I give up. I don't know what the W means. I don't know how to sound the W. But this is the article I read. It's like about another, like, I think K can be used the same here maybe. And I'll bookmark this for later. I don't know if I'll do stats in college. Because, oh my gosh, I was thinking about this, like, I didn't mention this last night because I had a bad avenue to introduce to him, but I was thinking for a while, I thought about, like, in college I wanted to do something like related to sports in college, and then, like, especially as an analyst. I mean, of course it's not really too late. Like Danny Barron, sort of like inspires me a little bit, to like look into stats and analytics and stuff in baseball. But I could learn that in college too, and maybe I could work for Baseball Reference one day. Probably not. I have a largest chance of dying on the streets and working with Baseball Reference, but you never know. Jeez, that was kind of dark. But oh dear, what was oh yeah, but yeah, I was thinking about maybe one day I was thinking about like going to college for like learning about sports, getting a sports degree in sports, like sports and sports stats or master in something. And I asked my math teacher that, and it's like I felt kind of bad for asking him. He told me like go on Indeed and look at some like resources to like learn about that stuff, and it makes sense. But I felt kind of bad asking him because like I mean I know he was interested in sports, and like I asked him if he knew about it, and I also asked him like earlier in the year if it, like he knew like where the college here, like the college here, college teams, hockey team played. Like I wanted to know, and like, or maybe it was like another sport. I forgot. It's like told me the directions. And I sort of like was okay. I sort of understood them, but I didn't want to ask him because I feel like he just didn't like me. I mean, not that he didn't like me, just thought it was weird. Maybe he did, maybe he didn't. I don't know. I always sort of never know. It's like I don't bother asking. But I didn't worry about it as much because, like, you know, as I said, like yesterday, I mean, it probably like certifies to like deal with people like me, once in a while because of. I mean, they don't get paid much. Unfortunately, they don't really get paid much, but for the pay and also for love of the game. It was just like wanting to work with people and help them learn stuff. It's always like admirable and people don't. Of course, a lot of ungrateful people, especially parents. Goes back to how I said that all people, even adults, are dumb. Like parents, for example, blame teachers, but they're like angry on teachers for like being unable to for like dumb behaviors that their students do, or like maybe just like being angry at how inadequate our school system is. Really, it should be blame on the system, and rather than putting your anger on a single person. It's like even like a profession, like teachers are don't have as much controls as higher ups do. Like maybe even like bored, for example, just get angry instead of like not like running, because I'd be hypocritical in saying that because I never want to run for like anything political, but like thinking critically about things. Like, you gotta be kidding me. So what's one of the many things that short film content has done to us. Unfortunately, we gotta deal with the aftermath of, I mean, of course it's not over. It's never over till it's over. Just it ain't over yet. Of course. There's no buts in this. However, we're in a kind of a bad spot. For a lot of, especially in American society, American society is kind of like the like, of course, like American society is not all doom and gloom. Like, our country is way better off than a lot of other countries throughout the world. Like, for example, Qatar, where other countries in, like, for Saudi Arabia, who mass execute people. It's like, I mean, we're better than them, but I mean, I think our society is still pretty dumb. There's always change that is able to be made, however. So that's why I'm trying to let go of my pessimistic ways. Be less cynical, maybe. I mean, not. I'm not sure. I always forget what that word means, so I won't want to use that. So I retract that. Just like be less pessimistic, rather, for a start. trying to find a song to end it on the stream on, because I think I'm lose my last words. I want to say. Let's do this one, I guess. So, I didn't even get to like a baseball thing I wanted to talk about before I went on to all this like other stuff. Rollie Fingers. Rollie Fingers was a reliever who won MVP and Cy Young Award, I believe, in 1981 for the Brewers, who, because of his ability, his role in taking the Brewers to their first ever postseason appearance. That's what I remember from the articles I read. I wanted to like learn more about him. Maybe I was thinking about like mentioning him while I was watching YouTube videos and like watching like highlights of him. I'll probably do that tomorrow. I want to do that tomorrow. I'm not saying probably because I'm not sure what I'll do tomorrow. Probably just maybe I'll go on a 7 out of 10 tomorrow. I'll forget the time. It's 7 a.m. Doing 3 a.m. challenge, and maybe I should do 3 a.m. challenge instead and get a warmer and find probably playtime. And I don't know. The concept that's kind of funny to me still. I remember like watching Craniacs guy, Arcade Craniacs video, and like Chuck E. Cheese, and finding the Chuck E. Cheese.exe, and the 6'7" kid made up, and they like had a conversation because like Chuck E. Cheese was waiting for 6'7" kid to revive, and like the guy was just like talking and so much random stuff. It's ridiculous. I don't know. I think of Ellie So Cray, that guy. Like the Bart Simpson, Dead Simpson. He did a bunch of stuff and like, I don't know. Whatever. Stop talking about brain rot. That brain rot was better than not brain rot. But they're rougher numbers. It's whatever. Good night.